Yo, what's up everybody? Today we're going to be doing some more of the Umineko playthrough, and yeah, we're going to be doing some more of chapter 7, and yeah, I'm actually really quite excited for today because yesterday was genuinely some of the best stuff I think we've actually read in the story thus far. It was amazing stuff regarding you know, everything that actually happened with Kinzo and Beatrice, and you know, just in general, their love story, really. And it was very, very interesting, you know, especially just seeing how, you know, they got the gold as well, and just how all of the Italians died, and, you know, just not only seeing everything regarding, you know, what happened with them, but also just, you know, how many, you know, social conflicts and just overall problems were talked about. See, if there's anything I'm gonna really miss, if there's anything I'm going to really miss when not reading the When They Cry series, it's just the brilliance of the talk about emotions, really, and then you obviously tie that with a really good plot with such potential. And, you know, it's just what I love about Umineko, and, you know, any When They Cry work, to be honest. I think it's such a good thing that Yukishi can do. And, yeah, I think I really saw it in its prime last night. So, yeah, now let's see, you know, what's actually going to happen today. Yeah, so we're probably going to see more on Willard and Lyon's, well, Willard's investigation, not really, I mean, Lyon's being a tag-along, not really doing the investigating, though. Then again, I suppose Lyon is the person who exists, so that Willard doesn't completely piss everybody off, let's be honest here. Yeah, I think I've learned just how much the woman called Beatrice influenced Grandfather's life. Oh my god, a ton. Yeah, we haven't learned anything. Then again, I mean, I suppose it does establish a little bit about the heart, but that is objectively true. Yeah, we haven't learned anything. Who killed Beatrice? Yeah, but no, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, unless we figure that out, we'll never be able to get out of here. You're right. Yeah. We need to finish this quickly. Yeah, definitely. The funeral is over. Like, you know, soon people are going to want to get out of there, and then, you know, there's going to be a little bit of a nasty shock when they realise they're not going to be able to... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, definitely. You've got it all wrong. This is the funeral. You mean what she's making us do? Oh, isn't that interesting? Yeah, that's understandable, actually. They weren't murdered. That is a really good point. Yeah, all of the Beatrices we've heard about so far weren't killed at all. Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, we're trying to understand what the word killed factors in. Yeah, that's a real funeral, as far as Berncastle's concerned. No one knows about her being killed. Then again, I mean, obviously, I think it's really hard to tell whether the, you know, childbirth murder that Castiglione Beatrice actually had, and that's what I refer to her as, by the way. I don't know why, but I really can't bring myself to say Beatrice Castiglione. I have to say Castiglione as, you know, her surname before her first name. I just cannot, because of the fact that, you know, it's in a Japanese visual novel. I just can't say it any differently. It's so weird, but yeah, nobody knows about her being killed. Yeah, and that's the truth we're trying to expose. Yeah, it could be indicative of... I mean, then again, I mean... No, I don't know. You're pretty sharp, aren't you? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it hardly feels like I'm talking to a piece from the lower planet. Jesus Christ. No, but I do see that, yeah. So this is why I was giving you as my Watson. Oh, I love that. They've actually got a really good bond. Oh, yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, don't call your partner a bit. Yeah, it is kind of disrespectful. I see that. So, what next? Willard Holmes. Is Willard Holmes an actual character? No, it doesn't look like it. No. There is... There's one thing, but it's really quite irrelevant. Don't call your partner a piece. So, no, wasn't it Willard Holmes? Step 1 of holding an investigation is questioning witnesses, of course. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's still a Beatrice we need to ask about. Yeah. To indicate who they should talk to next, Will nodded in the direction of George, Jessica and Maria. Yeah, I suppose these are the few people that have never actually been talked to at all. Maria seemed to be lecturing the others about something. Oh no, if it's magic, then... yeah, I think I just sense one thing, and that's problems. Well, more than one, but still, you get what I mean. Wow. Beatrice sounds pretty incredible. Yeah. And then, inside an upside-down cup. Oh, yeah. Isn't it actually really quite interesting to think that she... Bernkos has made the decision of making it so that Maria remembers, and, well, not really remembers, but has memories associated with a trick that can easily be pulled off by a human. Yeah, that could be something that Willard could then use to, I don't know, disprove her. Oh my god, could you imagine if Willard does what Erika does? Obviously in a way less horrible manner, but still. I mean, he is very, very sharp and objective. That could hurt a kid like Maria. And then inside an upside-down cup, she made tons of candies appear out of nowhere. Yeah, inside the overturned cup. Amazing. Yeah. Isn't it really quite ironic to think that these people always have to give in to the, you know, delusion just so that this young kid can be entertained? Sounded like magic to me. Nah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, Maria-chan really does love witches and magic. Yeah, we can hardly avoid consulting our local authority on witches. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's understandable, actually, yeah. When looking for somebody to ask about Beatrice, Maria rose to the top of the list. The Beatrice she spoke of wasn't the real Beatrice, the one Ginzo and the others had talked about. Yeah, definitely, because there is Beatrice, and then there is a human Beatrice. How is the Beatrice that, you know, Battler was always known, how is she actually existing if there is no living Beatrice that can actually occupy it? Like, we have never seen a piece that is in the game board, yet outside the game board is dead, or vice versa. I mean, sometimes we have, but still, yeah. However, here or now, on the Rokenjima of 1986, the name Beatrice probably refers to the person Maria's always talking about. Yeah, that is interesting. I don't see Battler anywhere. Interesting to think that this is a game board without love, so as a result of that, maybe because of the fact that there is no love, he has just been totally discarded. Because there is no reason for Beatrice to be able to get Battler there. By the way, isn't it really interesting? If you think about love, you can loosely tie it to the reason why Beatrice has nothing to gain with the epitaph. That was something I figured out a long time ago. I just kind of wanted to mention it, because I don't think I have. Ushinomiya Batora, the one who was forced to fight as Beatrice's opponent in many games, and the most important person in this game. Oh, yes, seriously, yeah. A Batora in this world will probably be the peace version. Yeah, but even so, it should be possible to get some vital information out of him. Yeah. Willard probably wanted to talk with Battler too, but he was nowhere to be seen in the cousins group. Yeah, Battler-kun did not attend this funeral. Oh god, Battler. Yeah, that's understandable, I think. Wait, so I thought Battler was 18 and Lion's around 19 or 20. That probably means that Battler's older than Jessica in terms of the years. I think that's the case. I swear Battler's birthday was like August the 25th or something. And then Jessica's was... No, I don't know. Let's actually search it up. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, Jessica's birthday is the 25th of August, right. Oh, yeah. What the fuck? Alright. I just searched for Ushinomiya Battler's birthday and then captioned is some sort of weird... Oh, Jesus Christ. Weird image from... Damboru. Damboru, it's probably pronounced, but... Yeah. But yeah, July 15, 1968, yeah. So Battler is older than Jessica, so Lion could potentially be maybe, I don't know, August. Sorry, no, not August, sorry, April, May, June, something like that. Or maybe she could just be a tiny bit older than, or maybe a tiny bit younger, I don't know. Battler did not attend this funeral. It's a shame, seeing as he's the cousin closest in age to me. Yeah, are you two on good terms? Yeah, it's hard to be on bad terms with a guy like Battler unless you have done something really bad. Yes, of course. No, seriously? And he pinches Bart every time he says something perverted. Oh, how did you know? By the way, isn't it ironic? I've always thought that, you know, I was doing a little bit of theories because I've known of Willa before episode 7. I was thinking that he could potentially be Battler's father or something ridiculous like that. I don't know. He could be just some sort of, either Battler's, I don't know, secret father or some sort of long-lost relative or something ridiculous like that. I don't know. They have such a similar hair colour. I swear to God. And arrangement. Ha, yeah, did your detective instincts tell you that? Yeah, I mean, he heads on every single woman, let's be honest here, but yeah, Lion will be no exception. But that is fair enough, poor guy. I mean... Yep, vital information. Battler said that everything we needed was gathered here. Since Battler isn't here, that probably means it's possible to find everything without asking for his side of the story. Yeah, that is indicative of the fact that Battler isn't involved in the murder whatsoever. Yeah, you can't prove that. Yeah, or maybe she's intentionally hiding the core elements and making us take the long way around. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I wonder if you could potentially tie that to the promise. Who knows? And the sin. As part of some fickle witch's game. Yeah. Yeah, you can't. Unless you somehow cheat. Since he isn't here, that probably means there's no need to hear his story for the time being. Yeah, let's talk to Maria and the others. Jesus Christ. Why are you mentioning Maria and perverted in the same not the same sentences, in the same 2 sentences? I'm sorry, but that is just fucking weird. Let's talk to Maria and the others. I won't say anything perverted, so keep your hands off my ass. Then why not try you choosing your words a bit more carefully? Keep your hands off my ass, Jesus Christ. I bet if the second lion saw Willard, she just thought, oh my god, this is the person I want to get with. With a roguish smile, Lion pinched the air, index finger against the middle. Oh, it's our successor summer. They kind of sound like they get on well together. Are you done babysitting the old geezer? Oh my god. She pinches everybody's ass, I swear to God. She is sneaky. At least Lion was impartial. No mercy. Even, yeah, fair enough actually. Yeah. If anything, I think that why would you have... Them being a sibling is a reason to have even less mercy. At least Lion was impartial. No mercy, even for Jessica. All felt a bit gratified. No bias. Yeah, since you're the successor and Krause's child, then Jessica is your little sister. Yeah. Oh my god, I know, it must be so weird. Yeah, same for me. Yeah, he was so used to Jessica being an only child that, though the scuffle between the two looked perfectly natural, something didn't feel quite right about it. Jessica. I really do wonder... I actually have a theory of who Lion actually was. So I think this is a little bit of an alternate reality where there was, you know, the baby that Natsuhi actually killed. I think Lion was the baby who Natsuhi killed. Can't you talk a bit more like a little sister's supposed to?
もう少し年頃の女性らしい言葉遣いにも気をつけてみるべきだね。
Damn. And while we're at it, why not try talking more like a girl your age?
次期当主様なんて呼び方は嫌いだって。
But that's respectful. I don't really understand why. I don't really understand what else would be said. How many times do I have to ask you to stop calling me Successor Summer? Yeah, she's gonna so get pissed off by this. I totally see how she has no ability to be formal. I really hope that Lion doesn't get pissed off about Willard for, you know, being informal to Jessica here. If he is. If he is. Shut up. Yeah, like what Jessica said. Of course he's gonna be informal. I love the way I want to. I see that. Yeah, I'd suffocate if I had to like refine like you, Successor Summer. Yeah. We've got with regards to you know, the whole Ushinomiya family raising. Angle 1. Jessica is becoming the Ushinomiya family head, and she is training to become one. Angle 2. She is playing Tsurupetan at school. Oh God. Jesus Christ, she's properly going for it. She either has really long nails, or she is just really... Stop it, don't pinch me. Yeah, seriously, this is little sister abuse. To be fair, you could actually call her a pervert. Yeah, I see that. Stop it. Jesus Christ, Jessica. Because you're literally pinching her ass. Why are you talking like that in front of a guest? Oh, she is so sneaky. Look, I seriously mean that with everything. Like, you know, you just make it so that obviously she's in the wrong. Obviously you can't be doing anything because you're the angelic lion, aren't you? You couldn't be doing anything. Oh my God, seriously, yeah, look like those two are close in their own special way. I mean, at least they're close, I suppose. Yeah, I see that, yeah. Well, Lion is an excellent person to be the successor, without any faults. Yeah, that's fair, yeah. I guess I understand how Jessica-chan feels. Lion must be a bit too perfect sometimes. No, I see that. Oh yeah, that's also awful. Yeah, she gets compared to Lion no matter what she does. That made her rebel. Well, this would be a totally out of character Jessica here if, you know, she was actually born an only child. If Jessica-chan had been born an only child, I'm sure she would have become a composed, quite young lady. That's so ironic, especially for Willard. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Don't worry. No, and that's a thing that can genuinely be validated by him. That wouldn't be enough to change her personality. George Oni-chan. Who is that person? Oh boy, this is the first time we've met, right? Yeah, a creepy amount. Isn't it really quite funny that if Willard really paid attention and really tried to take in every single piece of information, he could tell George about his entire childhood from episode 6? I'm George. I didn't know that. I'm Jordan, here is Maria. Pleased to meet you. Call me Will. I'm investigating Beatrice. Yeah, please tell me what you know. God, he's so informal. Yeah. There is something called a match made in hell. That is exactly what this is. See? Beatrice exists. Though Marigar had looked hostile towards this unfamiliar man. Oh, yeah. As soon as she had the name of the witch she loved past his lips, her eyes began to sparkle. Yeah, that's sweet. Then again, I just don't really know where this is going to head. And that kind of scares me. Hey, Maria-chan.
ちゃんとご挨拶をしないと。
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Hey, Maria-san, you've got to greet our guest properly.
こんにちは。
Hello.
後ろ宮マリアと申します。
My name is Ushidomiya Maria.
ベアトリーチェを知ってる人がいて嬉しい。
Oh, yeah, fair, but I don't really think you're going to be saying that at the end of this chapter. Let's just say that. I'm glad to meet someone who knows Beatrice. Handshake. Damn. Oh my god, that must be so awkward. Maria suddenly stuck out her small hand and Will reached out for it reflexively. Oh yeah, that's interesting. I do wonder what she's actually going to think of that. Maria, that is if she actually is able to tell. As soon as he did, he felt a bright light seeping out from the gap between their hands. The theatre-going power that Berncastle were given him had affected Maria.
ベアトリーチェはね、ドッケン島の魔女なの。
Yeah, isn't that actually really quite interesting? So, wait, hang on a second. So when it says a theatre-going power, could you potentially say that, that is actually a really quite odd situation. Maybe because of the fact that it's a theatre-going power, you are able to see illusions more? Yeah, Beatrice is the witch of Rokkenjima.
いつもね、マリアがロッケン島に来るたびに一緒に遊んでくれるの。
Yeah, she plays with me every time I come
マ
here.
リアのね、一番のお友達で、マリアージュ・ソルシエールの仲間なの。
Yeah, she's my best friend and a fellow member of Maria's Sociera. The light grew brighter and brighter. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, this time he could feel himself being drawn into Maria's world. That's odd. Wait, so what are we actually going to be able to see here? Are we going to see like a visual... Ah, yeah. Yeah, we can see like a visual representation of what's actually going to happen with regards to Willard and Maria. Yeah, I'm Ushidomiya Maria. My mama is Rosa. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, my papa. I don't have a papa. Yeah. I think I remember Maria, Mama showing me a picture long ago and saying, this is your papa. God, that's awful. Yeah, it was a picture of a man with a dark suntan on a beach wearing a swimsuit. Later on, when I learned what papa meant. Oh. I asked Mama to show me that picture again, but she said it didn't exist. Maybe because that may be because of the fact that she's actually broken it out of her rage. Do keep in mind that this, you know, everything regarding the affairs with Rosa and, you know, the really tricky situation she's been in with, you know, having to look after a kid, declining income, loads of work, and, you know, obviously becoming a horrible, horrible mum as a result of that. You know, there's so much that you would probably want to take out on something, so yeah, just take it out on the nearest photo. Why not? That's probably... Oh god, but it had to have existed when I drew a picture of it and showed it to Mama. Yeah, god, that's awful. Yeah, she got really mad and said it didn't exist, or that if it did, she had already thrown it away. Ever since then. That's actually really quite interesting, that. Yeah, just totally trying to deny. That's horrible. I mean, you're just lying to your kid about, let's be honest, one of the most important things you need to know about, you know, your birth. If you're affected, if your everyday is affected by something like that, you need to know the truth. Ever since then, she kept saying, I don't have a papa. That's horrible. Did you know?
パパとママがいないと赤ちゃんができないって言われてるけど、それは嘘なんだよ。
Well, yeah, fair enough. IVF. Yeah, did you know people say you need a papa and a mama to have a baby, but that's a lie.
少女解体か。
Virgin birth, is it?
見よ、乙女が身ごもって男の子を産むであろう。
Behold, a virgin shall be with a child and shall bring forth a
そ
son.
の名はインマヌエルなり。
And they shall call his name Emmanuel.
マリアはもし男の子に生まれていたなら、それが名前だ
Yeah,
ったか
I
もしれ
see
ない。
that. Yeah, I do wonder what the connection with her female name is. If I was a boy, that might have been my name.
マタイ伝1章20節。
God, yeah, the fact... That's absurd that he knows that. I am assuming that Willard must have been living for a shit ton of time to be able to have so much knowledge of important pieces of literature that you can just say something like that. Yeah, Book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20.
違うよ、23節。
Oh, 3 off. No, verse 23.
20節はかくてこれらを思い巡らすとき。
I just can't believe that she knows these off by heart. Fucking hell. first 20 years, but while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a
ダ
dream,
ビデの子ヨセフよ
saying, Joseph, thou
主
son
は
of
マリアを
David,
迎えることを恐れるな
fear not to take on to thee Mary thy
その
wife.
腹に宿るものは精霊によるものなり
For that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost.
お前の父親は精霊だというわけだ
Yeah, no, I see that. Yes, your father is the Holy Ghost.
パパがいるのが当たり前だとみんなに言われた
Everyone says that everyone has a
パパ
papa.
がいないなんておかしい変な子だかわいそうな子だと言われた
Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, they said it was strange not to have a papa. That I was a weird,
で
pitiful
も
child.
ママに聞いてもパパなんかいない知らない
Yeah, she's totally
存在し
lying.
ない
That's
と
the
言われ
worst
た
thing. I'm assuming what's actually happening is, you know, Rosa. I mean, my god, the story regarding Rosa and, you know, Maria's dad was just horrible. I mean, you know, just the fact that you remember with everything regarding the debt and you know, the total using of Rosa that, you know, the papa is actually doing. I mean, that was horrible. That really was. And it was just interesting just to see how totally manipulated Rosa was as a result of love. That's actually really quite interesting. So it's basically saying, the wife is being conceived as the Holy Ghost. Yeah, that's interesting. It's so sad that she has never known life with one. Yeah.
聞くだけで怒られて叩かれた
Jesus fucking Christ. She got mad and hit me even though all I did was like, yeah, seriously, yeah.
自分が誰から生まれたかよくわからなくなった
That's horrible. She got mad and hit me even though all I did was ask. So I didn't really understand who gave birth to
マ
me.
リアは人間として正しくない未熟で不
Jesus
正な
Christ.
存在
And this is one of the worst things. When, you know, as a result of all of the abuse that Rosa has given, look at how Maria, you know, looks down on herself. And she's only 9 and yet she's thinking stuff like this. I mean, when she comes to my age, what the fuck is going to be happening to her? Yeah, I was an immature and misplaced creature, not a proper
みんな
human.
とは違うおかしなかわいそうな子だと気がついた
I realized I was a strange, pitiful girl, different from everyone else. You are different from everyone
親
else,
も
but
他
you're
人
not
も関係ね
strange or pitiful. You're your own self, really. It doesn't matter who your parents are or what other
え
people
お
say.
前はお前だ
But yeah, seriously, I like that. Yeah, you are who you are. Yeah.
それを未熟な幼児に教えるのはきっと難しかったろうね
Yeah, it must have been hard to teach that to a young,
ひ
immature
ょっと
kid.
したら幼稚園の先生はいじめられて泣く私に
Oh, God.
そう諭してくれたのかもしれない
Yeah. My kindergarten teacher might have said that to me when I cried after being bullied.
そんな慰めでは私の
But
心
yeah,
の
that's totally understandable, yeah. But even those words of encouragement couldn't fill the blank space. Yeah.
うん疑問
No, the questions.
どんな言葉も私の疑問に答えてはくれな
Yeah.
かった
Yeah, that's fully understandable. Yeah, those words couldn't answer the questions in my
そ
mind.
の疑問に答えたのがザ・ブックだというのか
And the book is what gave you the answers.
神父様がね来たの
Priest came to see me. What? That's interesting. Yeah, isn't it actually really quite interesting to think that because of the fact that Rosa, as a result of her having so much pain from the, breakup with the father and obviously having Maria, she just imposes that, she selfishly imposes her pain on others. And as a result of that, Maria is just, feeling so reluctant to be confident in herself because of the fact that somebody has, just totally denied who she actually is. And as a result of that, whenever she gets bullied for her unique interests, she will just fail to see who she actually is. It's horrible, it really is. And I feel so bad for her. Yeah, but that's understandable. If you have so many questions and you don't even know how you were born, then, yeah, if your father is the Holy Ghost, then I suppose you can't really have any means of, knowing. It's horrible. That's interesting. A priest came to see me. It was probably part of some lesson to enrich the minds of children through an edifying tale. To most of the children, it was just an ordinary fairy tale they might have heard from one of their teachers. Yeah, actually, I think we were just bored because it was too hard to grasp. Then, again, the priest said something important. That God knows everything. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, I see, yeah, so I asked him. I only have a mama. Yeah, I don't have a papa. No. Oh my god, what do you fucking say in a situation like this? Jesus Christ. Yeah, mama gave birth to me without a papa. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Was that a strange, sad thing, I asked? The priest taught me. Yeah, there isn't, yeah. Yeah, there's nothing strange about a child having no papa. Obviously, it's something that really is unfortunate if that actually happens, but, it's very, very unlikely that, there is no father. Even in stuff like IVF, you're still going to objectively have a father. Just, obviously, you may not know them. After all, Jesus Christ was born of a virgin. Yeah, no IVF, yeah. No IVF there. Yeah, and the one who gave birth to him was the Virgin Maria. Oh, did she misinterpret Mary as Maria? I was surprised. Maria, the name I was given, had been showing me the answer all along. I was so shocked, so I asked the priest to say it again. He said that the Virgin Maria gave a birth to a baby by herself. That's really weird. Yeah, so I asked him if that meant I could give birth to a baby all by myself too. Yeah, I do wonder, and how did he answer that? Gotta love the science. Yeah, he said that the Virgin Maria was with child because of the Holy Ghost. Yeah, the second part of the book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20. Oh no, I see that. Yeah, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. That surprised me again. What do you think that means? You interpret this to mean that Ushidomi and Maria had no human father. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that your real father was the Holy Ghost. Regardless of the Bible's original meaning. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, but I do see that, yeah, regardless of the Bible's original meaning, this young, sad girl, whose lack of a father caused her to lose her sense of identity, had finally created a way to understand herself. Yeah, and I do find it really interesting that what the priest has actually done, he's totally twisted. It's the Virgin Mary, not the Virgin Maria. And, yeah, what has happened is he's twisted the information so that it can actually have a better impact on Maria. That's interesting. Yeah, but isn't it actually really quite interesting to think that as a result of her having been linked, her own situation to, I suppose, Jesus, out of all people, you know, she has actually been able to find out that she is human. There is not anything really weird going on with her. She is not somebody to, you know, to feel pity with and just to feel odd, like an outcast about, yeah. I was so shocked I asked the priest. Yeah, isn't that actually really quite interesting to think that, you know, the Holy Ghost was the person who had actually made it, who had actually impregnated Rosa. So, as a result of that, Maria feels that, you know, the Holy Ghost is the reason she has no father, really. But then again, isn't this really interesting? This is just yet another example of Maria being able to totally distract the truth from the awful, awful situation. And this is... I mean, obviously she's probably going to grow out of this belief when she's older, but still, it's just... I think it's just genuinely horrible that, you know, she has to think this to be happy. Yeah. Yeah, but I think that's really good. Once I realised that, I knew why I was different from all the other kids. The ones who all made fun of me were children of Joseph. But I alone was different. Yeah, I wasn't worse than everyone else. No, I see that. Yeah, I was a child of God, a child of the Holy Ghost. When I got back, I told Mama. Yeah, God, I do wonder what she's going to say. I had no papa. Yeah, Mama gave birth to me thanks to the power of God. It depends on how religious... It depends on how religious Rosa is actually thinking. She's either going to think my kid is insecure as a result of my bad parenting, so now she's going to be... I don't know, if she likes religion, then maybe she'll be happy because of the fact that she's discovering a faith in God. If she doesn't, though, oh God, that's just gonna lead to problem after problem after problem. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. It was probably painful for Rosa when Maria asked about her father. I couldn't agree more, yeah. Why did Maria have no papa when everyone else had a papa? And I know it's not fair. It really isn't. Yeah. And I just think it's so horrible to think that as a result of her having no dad, she is bullied. Because, you know, it's a different thing. People don't like it. Yeah, every time she was asked this, Rosa flew into a rage and changed the subject. Yeah. Then for some reason, and all on her own, Maria had found an answer that satisfied her. Yeah, and this is just horrible parenting, to be honest. I mean, I get that it may be painful for Rosa, but the thing is it's going to have so much more of an impact on your child if you refuse to tell them. She had no papa. She was a child of Mama and God. Yeah, it isn't too difficult to imagine Rosa after hearing this young girl's explanation. Yes, definitely, yeah, because that obviously makes it so that your flaws as a parent are hidden. Yeah, I might go along with it as though it were true. Oh no, I see that. Yeah, Beatrice said that the minimum number of people to create a world is 2. I thought she meant that you needed 2 parents to create a child. That's when I thought of
ベ
it.
アトは魔女だけれど人間から生まれた魔女なんだって。
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, Beatrice may be a witch, but she's a witch born of human.
ベアトは
Exactly,
精霊
yeah.
の子じゃない。
No. And Beatrice is somebody who very much exists. I'm gonna be honest, I get the impression that the Beatrice Rosa and Maria have seen, you know, in, for example, episode 2, I think that was genuinely the human Beatrice on the game board. And honestly, I think that answers every single question I have about how, if you count the servants as 0.5 people, well, if it doesn't fully make sense, because if you count all the servants as 0.5 people, except Gorda, because obviously he's not one who has always been part of the furniture program, I suppose. You get allowance for 2 extra people, which I don't really understand. But then again, I don't know if you count Kumasawa and Blimmin' Genji, but yeah, if you count Shannon and Kanon, then you can make it so that there is, you know, room for another person, and, you know, that other person could potentially be this Beatrice. That kind of, maybe this person sounded exactly the same as Beatrice, who knows? But I'm different.
ママだけから生まれた。
I was born from Mama alone.
精霊から生まれた。
Yeah, I was one of the Holy
ベアトは
Ghost.
私と一緒じゃなきゃ宇宙を作れない。
Beatrice can't create a universe
で
without
も
me.
私は
But,
神は我らと共にある。
but God is always by your
私一
side.
人でも精霊と共に宇宙が作れる。
Oh, that's actually really quite interesting. I can make a universe all by myself, along with the Holy Ghost.
ベアトは私を原初の魔女と呼んだ。
I'm interested in how this actually connects. Beatrice called me the Witch of
そ
Origins.
してやがては一人で全てを生み出せる造物主になれるよと言ってくれた。
And she also said that eventually I might become a creator who could create anything
私が
alone.
一人で無から有を創造する。
Yeah, all by myself I can create something out of
そ
nothing.
れをベアトが無限に膨らませる。
Yeah, Beatrice can take that and extend it into infinity.
レンジはそれを受け継ぎ語り広げる魔女の使徒だった。
And she was the witch's apostle who would spread the world far and wide.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルか。
Yeah, definitely, yeah, and that was Maria Sorciera.
1と無限は大きく違う。
Yeah, but definitely, yeah, there's a huge difference between 1 and infinity. Yeah, the difference is infinity minus 1. Yeah, that's what Beatrice is so
で
great.
も無と有の前には1も無限も同じ有でしかない。
Yeah, however, compared to the difference between existence and non-existence, 1 and infinity are nearly the same
私は世
thing.
界で一番の魔女。世界で一番偉い造物主になることを約束されていた子。
Yeah, I'm the child destined to become the best witch. No, the greatest creator in the world.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールはそんな私を温める卵の巣。
Yeah, Maria Sorciera was the nest to prepare me for
私
that.
は後ろ宮マリ
I'm Ushidomi
ア。
Maria.
神と共にあるマリア。
Yeah, Maria, who stands by God's side. It's going to be interesting to think what Willard actually thinks about this and what he comments about it. Hang on. God, this is so relaxing. I suppose, oh my god, which one is it? Is it continuous or discontinuous? I think it's discontinuous. Wait. Yeah. Okay, thank fucking God I got that right. Yeah, so discontinuous, I suppose it's discontinuous because of the fact that you can only assign one or, you can only assign set values. Are you alive? Yes. No. In the middle of being alive and dead, I don't know. Yeah, isn't that actually really quite interesting to think that the alliance with Beatrice and, all of the stuff regarding the witch-related things, it is interesting that Rosa was actually never killed, and I think there are just so many subtle hints in episode 4, like that really show that magic is all an illusion. Yeah, if we like and muddy our sense of identity to a universe, then this endless stream of worlds coming from her might be like the Big Bang. Or words, even. Yeah, if she spent so long tormented over how to interpret her lack of a father. Then, by chance, she saw a line in the Bible that looked like it secretly referred to her. Yeah, definitely, and she finally formed an understanding for herself. The sad girl who had hated herself. Oh, I know, that's horrible, yeah, who had hated herself for being different from all of her classmates. Yeah, but that's a brilliant thing, yeah, finally found a meaning for her existence. At that moment, Madigar's universe, which had once been nothingness, was born as a clump of ultra high pressured energy. Yeah, I see that, yeah. Then everything begins. Then later on she went to Dokenjima, met the endless witch who called herself Beatrice. Yeah, and the clump of energy exploded into a big bang, giving birth to their magical compendium. Isn't it actually really quite ironic to think that you could liken a universe with anybody who's done well in life? But I suppose, obviously, if you've made it so that you do really well in your, I don't know, earlier years and then you do horribly in your later years, it's as if, the Big Bang has exploded, the universe has been at its peak, it's always expanded, but then, I don't know, there's just been some sort of threat that has made it completely destroyed. I don't know, for example, a really big manifesting black hole. Who knows? That was the universe known as the Mariage Sorciera. Yeah, this must be a really sad story and a really difficult one to process as well. We're jumping about a bit too fast. Let's take things one at a time. Sure. Where do you want to start? Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. The occult has so many links to not really Christianity, but religion in general. And the Bible, obviously. And then what? Yeah, good one. Yeah, once you reach that state, where did you meet Beatrice and how did the two of you interact? Yeah, that is actually a really quite interesting question. How did the Beatrice know to interact with Maria when she had began her interest in the occult? That's weird. Yeah, once you reach that state, where did you meet Beatrice and how did the two of you interact? It really did happen all of a sudden one day. I wanted to meet the witch called Beatrice, who lived on Requiem. I wanted to meet her as a fellow witch. Yeah, but that is actually a fair question. How did she know? At that time, you already knew you were a witch. I did. Jesus. Yeah, that's absurdly impressive. Yeah, even then when it came to the Bible and the occult, I already knew as much as an adult. Isn't it actually really quite interesting to think if Maria survived and then she grew older and older? Let's say Maria was the only survivor of the whole game board. What would actually happen with regards to, all of the magical forums and stuff like that? Oh my god, Otsuki would have a rival. Do you remember that guy, Otsuki? Otsuki, he was hilarious. So even though I couldn't use magic, I believed that I was a witch. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, because obviously witches do have to know I suppose if you do want to use magic related things, then do you have to know a lot of biblical context?
ちょっと滑稽だね。
It's a bit funny, isn't it?
だから私は魔女見習いなの。
That's why I was only a witch apprentice. Is it because of the fact that she wasn't...
出会った
Not even listening or acknowledging that. That's funny. Yeah. When did you meet Beatrice?
よくは覚えてない。
I don't really remember when.
でもその出会いはよく覚えてる。
But I do remember what it was
それは
like.
とてもとても唐突だった。
It was really, really sudden. Let me guess, nobody was there. Ooh. Huh?
そなたが後ろ宮マリアか。
So you are Ushiromi Maria, I presume. And you are not who you say you are. It was so very sudden. I was just drinking some milk tea. Yeah, isn't that interesting? All alone in the Rose Garden Arbor. Mama said that she had to talk about something important with Uncle Kraus. Yeah, that's a little bit convenient, isn't it? Somebody's been listening into their conversation. Yeah, so she told me to go outside and play. Suddenly, she was sitting right there. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I didn't know anyone who spoke that way. I quickly realised that she was someone I didn't... Exactly, yeah.
あなたは
Who are you?
誰？
会いたいと言ったのはそなただ。
You're the one who wanted us to
わ
meet.
らわの島に魔女が訪ねてくるから出迎え
Oh
てや
my
った。
god, no, I see that, yeah.
そなたはわらわの名を問うというのか。
Here I am, welcoming the witch who came to visit my island. And yet you asked my name.
ベアト
God, that must be so sweet for her.
チ
Beatrice.
いかにも
Precisely.
わらわがベアトリーチェである。
I'm Beatrice.
確かに唐突だ
Yeah, definitely, yeah. It's indicative of the fact that this Beatrice was hiding and they were listening in to the fact that Maria had... to when Maria had no alibi. And it's interesting to think that I think they started to become friends with Maria so that the credibility of her when, you know, whatever was going to happen with regards to murder happened, you know, it would all be increased because of the fact that Maria would constantly, you know, say it was Beatrice and she'd constantly create arguments as well. That's another point. She'd create arguments which, as a result of that, would lead people to become more pissed off and then they'd think more irrationally. And then, you know, it'd divert the attention away from who actually did it. So I get the impression that whoever did this crime, they have been in on it for years. Yep, really, really sudden.
魔女や精霊はいつだって私たちのそばにいる。
Yeah, there are witches and spirits right next to us all the
彼ら
time.
が姿を見せようとしないだけで。
Yeah, sorry, Maria, but that's because they're illusionary. That's because they just choose not to show themselves.
彼らが姿を見せたなら、それはあまりに唐突に、そして当たり前にそこにいる。
How do I explain that with illusions, though? Yeah, and when they do show themselves, it's always sudden, as though they've always been there the whole time. Yeah, I suppose because of the fact that it's as though they've been there the whole time. I suppose because of the fact that it's all illusionary, you can only acknowledge it was always there, but obviously it was there in your head when you acknowledged it.
そ
I
れ
see
をま
that.
さに知ったの。
Yeah, that's what I learned that day.
そしてベアトリーチェと友達に
And then you and Beatrice became friends.
うん。
Yeah.
彼女はママの用事が終わるまでずっと私とおしゃべりをしてくれた。
Yeah, she stayed and chatted with me the whole time until Mama was done
魔
with her
法の
work.
話や魔女の話。
Yeah, so whoever this killer is, or that's what I'm assuming the killer actually is. But whoever this is, they are very knowledgeable about magic. If you can actually talk to Maria about it, we talked about magic and
マ
witches.
リアが精霊の子であることも。
Yeah, I do wonder what she would say, and about how I was a child of the Holy
その
Ghost.
時のベアトリーチェの印象は
And what was your impression of Beatrice then?
こう言っては悪いけど、
I don't like saying
知
it.
識だけなら私が上だった。
Yeah, that's very reasonable. Yeah, I don't like saying it, but my knowledge, at least, was better than hers back then.
最初は彼女のことを大 した魔女じゃないと見下しかけた。
Oh, isn't that interesting? Yeah, because obviously with an unbiased perspective, you think that somebody has tried to make it so that they've, I don't know, you know, they've tried to gain knowledge so that they can fake a persona. Yeah, at first I thought she wasn't a very good witch.
まあそれは私のうぬぼれ。
Well, that was just my conceit.
魔法体系にはいろんなものがある。
Yeah, there are so many different kinds of magical
まして
compendiums.
や私のそれは独学。
Plus, mine was based on self-study.
ベアとの魔法体系とは異なったから私が一方的にそういう
Yeah,
印象を持って
isn't
しまったん
that
だろうね。
interesting? Yeah, I probably only viewed Bertel that way because her magical compendium was different
す
from
ぐ
mine.
にそれを後悔して謝ることになるの。
It wasn't long before I came to regret that and apologized.
謝る。ベア
Apologized.
トリーチェが何かお前の尊敬を勝ち取ることをしてみせたのか。
Did Beatrice do something to win your respect?
なるほど。
I see.
魔法を見せたというわけか。
So she showed you magic. Yeah, I see that. Oh yeah, isn't it interesting that they moved to a place that they can't be seen in? Yeah, how funny. Yeah, I can see. Isn't it just really quite interesting that you can use magic here to deny the excuse? And this, as a result of that, has, you know, diverted Maria from any cause of suspicion about her potentially not being, you know, a real witch, because, yeah, witches don't actually exist. We went to the beach and talked lots, sitting at a table under an umbrella.
なるほど。
Very interesting.
マリ
Maria.
ア、そなたは実に勤勉だ。
Yeah, I see you have been quite diligent in your studies.
その年で千年の魔女のわらわにそれだけの功績
Yeah,
をでき
isn't that
実
interesting?
に尊敬に値する。
At your age, to be capable of teaching a 1,000-year-old witch such as myself is truly an accomplishment worthy of admiration. No, I see that.
そなたは何の魔法を使えるのか。
Yeah, so what sort of magic can you use?
魔法
Magic?
そなたが魔女を語るならば魔法の一つも見せられるであろうが。
If you call yourself a witch, you must be able to show me some sort of magic, correct? I was stunned for a second. Of course, it should have been obvious. I was a child of the Holy Ghost, and since I'd studied so much of the occult, I was also a witch, not a human. Yeah. Until that day, I had been so sure of both of those things. So when I was asked what sort of magic I could use, it left me in a dead... Yeah, isn't it actually really quite interesting to think that she has thought that because of the fact that she has knowledge and the fact that she has some sort of special upbringing, you know, because of the fact that she was born from a virgin mother, well, in her head at least. Yeah, so... But the only thing is you don't actually think about what magic you can use because of the fact that there are just so many other things that are more important, really.
魔法を知り
It is
語る
interesting.
に至って
But yeah, I see that, yeah.
見習いよ。
When one knows of magic and can speak of it, they finally reach the rank of an
そ
apprentice.
してそれを魔法という形で実践できてこそ魔女というものではないか。
By the way, isn't it interesting to think that Maria was being talked to here after Battler left? Let me just let that sink in. One is only a witch if they can put such knowledge into practice and use magic, correct?
マリアはまだ魔女じゃないの？
Oh god, yeah, so I'm not a witch yet.
よく学んでいる。
You have studied well.
そして類いまれな才能も感じる。
And I can sense a very rare talent within
そ
you.
なたはやがてわらわなど足元にも及ばぬ偉大な魔女。
Yeah, and isn't it really quite interesting to think, I kind of get the impression that whoever is actually behind Beatrice, I feel like what they have done is, you know, they have realised the tragedy of Maria's upbringing, and obviously they're not going to say it, because the thing is, it's horrible to think, but there are some things that if you say something, even though they may be the objective case, you're just going to make them so much worse by giving them the truth. Like here, for example, you were going to ruin Maria's life if you give her the truth. I know it was an illusionary representation, but look at when you know, Maria had all of her plushies broken. You know, Sakutaro and one of the rabbits, i.e. Chiesta 556, and yeah. Yeah, look at how upset she was then. Like, you do not want to tear apart a child's dreams. No way. So you support them, even though they are deceiving them. Is that a bug? No. Well, yeah, it was, but it's not on me. One day you may become a witch so great that even I could not compare, or perhaps even a creator, as you had told me. Did you know that I'm a creator? Because I make YouTube content. I am a creator. It never says what type of creator. Yes, it does. It literally says creator as in a title. Oh, it smells of a bonfire now. Yeah, however, you were still young and immature. Jesus Christ. You are, yes. You are an apprentice. Yeah, witch apprentice, you may call it. You know, I was always finding it really quite interesting and puzzling to think why a witch as cruel as Beatrice was always talking to Maria with no intentions that were malicious whatsoever. And I always found it interesting that there was nothing that she could be doing that was manipulative to Maria. There was no betrayal, like for example with Shannon. Do you remember in the beginning of episode 2? There was none of that. No. And that's just interesting. That strengthens the feeling of, you know, this person just trying to strengthen the belief of Beatrice. So does that mean you can use magic, Berto? Yeah, of course. Prove it! I cannot call myself a witch otherwise. Yeah. Incredible. Show me. Yeah, I want to see your magic. I wonder what she's actually going to do. How is she going to fake the trick? Until this day, Maria had never doubted the magic-themed idea that she was the child of the Holy Ghost. Yeah, that's understandable, yeah. However, nobody had ever proven to her that occult phenomena actually existed. And that is actually really quite ironic to think that even though she knows of the fact that spirits are there all the time, and then whenever you notice them, they, you know, come intact, and, you know, she can differentiate between the illusions and reality. It's just interesting to think that, you know, despite all of that, which I would have thought if I was in Maria's head, I would totally accept that as proof. But no, yeah. Yeah, Maria could create a universe all by herself. However, she wanted to share it with a second person. Yeah, so that she could believe in it even more strongly. God. Yeah, once I could have drawn a rainbow in the sky. Lucky. Do it. Once I could have drawn a rainbow in the sky, transported it into 7 colours of candy and eaten them at my leisure. Yeah, isn't it just really interesting to think that you can view this with such a different lens when you actually look at, you know, the fact that magic is an illusion? Total deception. Yeah, however, my power has weakened so much that I cannot even preserve my form to my satisfaction. Yeah, it's just a lie. You told me about that. Yeah, you can't use your full power because of the shrine. It is actually really interesting to think with regards to the shrine. I mean, what was the human culprit, the human version of Beatrice, actually on about whenever she was actually asking Shannon to, you know, destroy the shrine's mirror, to destroy the mirror in the shrine. I just genuinely wonder why, you know, the significance of that was there. I mean, I just wonder, I mean, that obviously will reveal a lot about the killer's heart. I just genuinely wonder what it was revealing. It would take quite some time before my power returns. At this moment, I cannot turn rainbows to candy. Yeah. Interesting. However, perhaps I can show you a bit of power with some simpler magic. I want to see. Yeah, I want to see your magic. Very well. However, I must ask for your existence. As I have already told you. Oh god. Yeah, so close your eyes. However, I must ask for your assistance. As I have already told you, no matter how pure your soul might be, all humans are tainted and filled with the toxin that resists magic. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, you told me about the anti-magic toxin. Oh yeah, isn't that ironic? Yeah, it wasn't in any of the books I've read. Yeah, just think that, Maria. Think that and be deceived. Yeah, it must really be incredible to know so much. Yeah, Beatrice lifted up an empty teacup. Then turned it in. Yeah, then turned it around in front of Maria to show that there weren't any tricks or strings. Is she then going to fill it up? In a teacup though? Why a teacup? What a random cup. Yeah. Right, the magic to make candy appear inside an overturned cup. Oh, it'd be really quite ironic to think like what would actually say, and I wonder if Maria would actually understand it with regards to the game boards. No, I don't think she would, but yeah. Yeah, how did you know? You're incredible, Will. You even know about witch magic. Yeah, isn't that ironic? Yeah, it's the most basic sort of witch magic, after all. It was just a normal cup, without any tricks in it. I wanted to see true magic. There was a thing Maria desired. To strengthen her belief that there was an occult side to her. Oh my god, I just thought of something, by the way. You know, with regards to everything that happened with Shannon. Shannon was faking her death in episode 3. I just remembered that. That's actually really quite interesting. I've theorised a lot on episode 3, but I just totally forgot about Shannon. Yeah, isn't that interesting? So then, there's the question of, did she actually die when the Chiesta sisters killed her? Yeah, or was that just an illusion that was led to deceive us? Did she really die? Or maybe was the Chiesta sisters giving you a 100% chance of death indicative of the fact that she was definitely killed and person X is running around? Who knows? There was a thing Maria desired to strengthen her belief. I think it's more likely that Shannon had faked her death, to be honest, but still. Yeah, there was a thing Maria desired to strengthen her belief that there was an occult side to her. She wanted to see the occult side herself as well. Yeah, definitely. Outside herself as well. Yeah, definitely, yeah. That's why she agreed to help Beatrice with her magic. Yeah, she didn't want her own toxin to ruin her chance of learning the miracles of magic. Fair, yeah, good. Oh, let me guess, there's going to be loads of candy inside. And then try looking inside that cup. Oh.
キャンディーだ
There's candy.
キャンディーだ
There's candy.
わらわからそなたへの挨拶代わりと新しき魔女との出会いと友情に
Yeah, isn't it really quite ironic to think that there are so many ways this could have actually happened easily? As a gift to mark my meeting with a new witch, as a sign of our friendship, I offer this to you. Yeah. Yeah, this is the true miracle of magic. For the first time, I felt shame and embarrassment at my sight. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I can feel... Oh no, I see that. Yeah, I can feel that sense of omnipotence disappear. The idea that I was the child of the Holy Ghost and the most important and special person in the world. Oh, that's actually really quite interesting to think that, yeah, instead of a child of the Holy Ghost, you can't actually do anything. Yeah, that's understandable, because obviously you could be a child of the Holy Ghost and you can have the most interesting origin story, but obviously if you don't use anything, if you don't do anything with your life, if you don't do anything with, you know, the origin story that has permitted you to live, then what is the point of even having one? I suppose you could think. Instead of a child of the Holy Ghost who can't actually do anything, I'd rather be a witch who can use magic. Yeah, Ushidomi Amadia wants to become a witch, starting off as a witch apprentice. Yeah, I was already fascinated by Berto.
Maria も本当の魔女になりたい
I want to become a real witch too.
ベアトの弟子になりたい
I want to be your disciple.
謙遜を
How modest.
そなたには十分な才能と日々の精進があるぞ
You already have an abundance of talent and diligence. Yeah, definitely, yeah.
それにかつての力のあるわらわならともかくこの程度の魔法しか使えぬ衰えたわらわでは弟子を持つことなどできぬわ
And though it may have been different when I was at my full power, yeah, isn't it really interesting that she emphasizes at her full power, yeah, to obviously make it so that the lie is always continuing. Yeah, and though it may have been different when I was at my full power, I cannot take on a disciple in my current state.
マリアは魔女の弟子にはなれない
So I can't become a witch. Oh, poor her. She sounds so sad. Yeah, so I can't become a witch's disciple.
うん
Correct.
わらわの弟子にはできぬ
You cannot become my disciple.
しかし友人にはでき
Oh,
ぬ
that's nice. Yeah, however, you can become my friend.
本
Really?
うん
Indeed.
わらわとそなたはこれより友人だ
Yeah, from this point forth, we should be
これ
friends.
からも共に深き魔女の世界を語り合おうではないか
Yeah, isn't it really interesting to think that this Beatrice is saying, let us continue to discuss the world of witches. Let's not show any occult, let's discuss the occult. Whatever this Beatrice is, they have probably done an absurd job to actually make it so that they have studied as much occult as possible so that, you know, they can have a realistic discussion with Maria that makes it so that the belief of Beatrice isn't actually, you know, smeared on because of the fact that she doesn't know about what she's talking about. Yeah, indeed, from this point forth, we should be friends. Let us continue to discuss the deep and profound world of bitches.
ベアトありがとう
Thank you,
こ
Berto.
のベアトのキャンディー食べてもいい
Can I eat this candy? What if it has a deadly drug in it? What if it has, I don't know, what's... Oh my god, I swear it was like... Is it... Wait, what was it? What was it called? I don't know. No, I swear there was this tiny little drug that there was this tiny little drug that what people would actually so there was this tiny drug that in some sort of fair-like setting, people would obviously handed out food or just anything, and then they had killed the other people that had actually had it in, you know, maybe 10-20 seconds flat. I can't remember what it was called, but yeah, I swear I remember hearing something about that. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, it may be laced with drugs or some sort of deadly poison, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it could have some really, really bad bacteria growing on it. Maybe it was, I don't know, chucked onto the floor or on the sea, or maybe it was actually covered in shit and it was made to look clean, but at the same time you could potentially get some sort of food poisoning or even worse, death from eating it. Can't prove it. To be fair, it is actually really quite funny to think how easily, like, I mean, obviously this person does want to maintain the facade of being Beatrice, but like, Jesus Christ, if she was, you know, this is just deadly what she has done to Maria. She could genuinely do anything, you know, with how much trust she has gained from her. I mean, obviously she doesn't really have any bad intentions with Maria, apart from making her, you know, making the belief in Beatrice strengthened. But, like, Jesus Christ, if she had bad intentions, then that would be fucking scary. Because you could totally ruin her life, easily. You could turn her against her mother, you could turn her against anything, really. You could entirely fuck her life up. Oh, no, let that be a souvenir. That's actually really quite interesting that she isn't letting Maria eat it. Why? No, let that be a souvenir. Instead of eating it, keep that in your adorable bag of yours. Is it actually laced with something? Or is it just rancid candy? Who knows? Okay, I'll eat it at home. God damn. Maria, that candy was brought into being by magic. Therefore, it is fragile. That's actually really interesting. I mean, yeah, that is understandable. Yeah. Oh, God, that's... It's interesting that there are so many good manipulation-related tactics that are used here. Yeah, if you deny my existence with that toxin of yours, it'll melt and fade away. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't want Beato's precious magic to disappear. Then be sure that you do not forget your meeting with me. As long as you keep a little promise with me. Interesting, yeah. As long as you keep a little promise with me, I shall be here to greet you when you return to this island. What is the promise? Oh, is it just not to deny Beatrice whatsoever? I'll keep it. Oh, right. What's the promise? Well, to start. When you get home, wash your hands. Then rinse out your mouth. That's really weird. That is actually really quite odd. I just don't really understand what would be gained from especially rinsing out her mouth. That's really weird. I mean, I can understand washing out your hands because maybe there is some sort of, maybe they have had some sort of, I don't know, hand-to-hand contact or something like that, and you know, maybe Beatrice is wearing some sort of perfume that could be indicated by the smell of her hands. I don't really understand rinsing out your mouth though. I mean, what's the point of that? Yeah, you must not complain about this, for it is an important part of a witch's apprentice training. I'll do it. Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, wait. So, I'm actually really quite dumb. I was thinking when you get home, as in when she gets to, you know, the Ushinomiya house, because I thought she was calling the Ushinomiya house home. Yeah, but then rinse out your mouth. I don't understand that whatsoever. That is so weird. But I suppose this is something that makes it so that... Oh, wait, I understand the technique. So basically what she's asking is to make Maria, you know, have a commitment, have something that you have to feel as if it's a duty for you to do. So as a result of that, you don't forget your faith in Beatrice. Yeah, every day when I come home, I wash my hands. Yeah, I'll rinse out my mouth.
そうしたらまた会ってくれる？
If I do that, will I see you again?
約束しようぞ。
I promise it.
そなたがわらわとの約束を。
I just genuinely don't understand what the point of this promise is, though. I mean, teaching a kid hygiene? Is that it? I don't understand. Maybe she has really crap breath or something like that, and... well, I don't know. Maybe... I just genuinely don't have any idea. I promise it, if you keep your end of the promise... Yep, now it makes sense. Yeah, if you keep your end of the promise, your body will be cleansed. Yeah, isn't that actually really quite interesting? It is interesting to think what this manipulation can do, because this is total bullshit. But at the same time, if it makes this kid feel better... The thing is about this, it may be complete bullshit, but the thing is what it will do with Maria... Like, I get that it's totally unfair, but it will actually make her feel better. Like, it will make her feel better about herself, but at the same time, that thing that's making her feel better is entirely false. So, is it objectively good, or is it objectively bad? I don't know, it's a real mixture. And I'll regain more of my magical power. Oh, isn't that interesting? In other words, I will prepare a trick for you. If that happens, I will show you even more incredible magic the next time you come. Yeah, I'll keep my promise no matter what. I'll do it. I'll become your friend and a witch apprentice. Your resolve is heartening, Ushinomiya Maria. Your resolve is heartening, Ushinomiya Maria. I hope you will grow to become a full witch and my close friend soon. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. I see that. Yeah, I think that was the first time I met Beatrice. Yeah, and was that candy still there when he got home? Yep. Oh no, that's not because of doubting, that's because of a thing called science. But as I said a little, so it was all melty. I regretted almost doubting her. I wouldn't have. If I doubted her more, the candy would have disappeared completely. I almost lost the proof of the magical miracle that had happened before my eyes. A piece of candy melted. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think it was more of a caramel than normal candy. Yeah, it was all lumpy, just starting to melt. Yep, he's thinking on the same lines as me. About what time of year does this happen? If she says summer. I'm not too sure. Yeah, indicative of a hot day. But I remember that the milk tea had ice in it. Why does that matter? Oh, nothing. Yeah, he's connecting the dots in his head. Yeah, did you tell Rosa about your meeting with Beatrice? Oh, that's interesting. I told everyone about it at dinner that day. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, Uncle Kraus laughed at me. Then Mama, who was sitting next to me, got mad and told me to stop talking about it. Next to you? That is actually... Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, next to you. By your family's ranking system, your seat shouldn't be next to Rosa's. Oh, right, yeah, it wasn't a family conference. Ah, it was when just Mama and I had come to visit. Did she see Beatrice? That is key in this visit. So there was only Uncle Kraus's family, Mama and me. there were fewer people, so we didn't sit in the same spots as the family conference.
お前の隣の席にローザだったんだな。
And Loza was sitting in the seat next to you.
うん
Yeah.
それが何？
Why does that matter?
なんでもない。
It doesn't.
ベアトリーチェとロッケン島以外で会ったことは。
Yeah. Is it me, or I just kind of heard a little bit of you from Higurashi? I mean, not even intentionally, I just thought I heard something like it and just had to comment on it. But I swear this song was an arrange of you. I can't remember though. Do you hear the low pitched notes that sort of sound like chords? They kind of remind me of the chords in You. The do 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 do. Yeah, isn't that actually really interesting to think that if Willard extensively asks for something, that means it matters? My theory is that because of the fact that Loza's in the seat next to her, that means the illusion of the meeting can't actually be talked about to anybody that isn't her. So as a result of that, it's kind of convenient because, you know, Loza's going to be willing to accept more, but at the same time another person may not be. They may actually want to investigate what's actually happened, and then that could risk exposure for the person who is actually faking to be Beatrice. That's my theory. No.
だってベアとは体が希薄で自由には動けないんだもの。
Yeah, isn't that interesting? After all, Baldo's body is fragile, so she can't go wherever she wants.
マリアの体に乗り移ってもいいよって言ったけど。
Jesus Christ, I said I wouldn't mind letting her possess me.
島からは離れられないからできないって言ってた。
It's because she can't possess people. But she said she couldn't because she couldn't leave the island.
その後はロッケン島へ行くたびに会っていたということか。
Yeah, isn't that interesting? And after that, you met her every time you came to Rokkenjima. Yeah.
私たちは
Every time, by the way, interesting that. Yeah. Actively making the effort to nurture the bond. We became really good
ベアと
friends.
と話せば話すほどに彼女は本当にすごい魔女だと思い知ったよ。
No, the more you talked to Beatrice, the more she studied magic so that she could seem more sophisticated to you. Let's be honest here. Yeah, and we became really good friends. The more I talked about her, the more I realized what an amazing
彼女は
witch she
会う
was.
たびにいつも素敵な魔法を見せてくれた。
She prepared tricks for me every time I saw her.
そして私とは異なる魔法体系を聞かせてくれて、二人で魔法の深淵を語り合ったよ。
Yeah, then she told me about a magical compendium that was different from mine, and we both talked together about the mysterious... I thought I said mysterious. Sorry, the mysteries of magic.
私は早く彼女の高みに登りたいと思った。
Yeah. Yeah, fair. I wanted to reach her level as soon
ベ
as I
アと
could.
のような魔女の域に達したいと願った。
I wanted to become the kind of witch Beator was.
ベアトリーチェを母親に紹介したことは。
Yeah, that's interesting. Did you ever introduce Beatrice to your mother?
ないよ。
Yeah, no.
ママは毒素が強すぎるからまだ会えないって言ってた。
She said Mama's toxin was too strong, so they couldn't meet each other. Each other yet? Interesting use of the word yet. But that is actually indicative of the fact that if they can't meet each other yet, then they are going to be able to meet each other at some point, i.e. when she's
大
killed.
人はほとんどダメだって。
I don't know, I'm probably really taking that out of context, but it could be likely. Almost all adults are no good when it comes to the toxin.
みんな汚れてるから。
Yeah. Because they're all tainted. Yeah, with human common
お前以
sense.
外にベアトリーチェの姿を見ることができた者はいるのか？
Was anyone other than you able to see
最
Beatrice?
初は無理だった。
They couldn't at
魔
first.
力が弱いからね。毒素に少しでも近づくと体が壊れてしまうって。
They couldn't at first. She said her magical power was weak, so her body would crumple, even if a little bit of the toxin reached her.
でも次第に魔力を蓄えてマリア以外の毒素の少ない人の前にも現れられるようになったよ。
Yeah. I wonder what's going to be said about this. But she gathered magical power bit by bit, and she could eventually appear in front of the other people who had small amounts of toxin. Yeah, so obviously timing it so that it seems as if the illusion is still in play.
それは誰だ？
And who was that? Servants.
あんまり多くない。
No family, just servants. Bet. There weren't many
使
of
用
them.
人の一部の人だけだった。
Yeah, isn't that interesting? Just a few of the servants.
具体的には？
Shannon. Kanon Kumasawa.
今日いる使用人全員。
Yep. All of the servants here today.
合田さんは違うと思う。
Oh yeah, I wonder if I notice a connection here. Yep, fully. Do you know what I love about this? I can actually say it 100% makes sense. Yeah, all of the servants here today. But not Gorda-san, I think.
つまり、源氏、
Yeah.
シャノン、カノン、熊沢の
So there were four of them. Genji, Shannon, Kanon, and Kumasawa. Indicative of the fact that 4 other people are in on this fabrication of Beatrice.
あと南條先生も。
Somebody who has also been told to hide Kinzo's death for a year, of course. And Dr. Nanjo too. Apparently, they would sometimes come to visit Maria and Beatrice's witch tea parties. Yeah, totally fake. Yeah, of course, they had only come by for minor things, like bringing some more tea. Yeah, definitely, yeah. However, they were certainly aware of Beatrice and even talked with her. Yeah.
使用人たちはベアトリーチェとはどう接していた？
How did the servants react to Beatrice?
存在しないはずの客人だ。
But yeah, seriously, yeah, she was a guest who shouldn't have existed. And isn't it really interesting to think whenever we think about the extra person, i.e., for example, I think the best example is, you know, the human Beatrice who was actually in the school uniform in episode 2. You know, the servants. I remember Genji just so casually welcoming Beatrice in. How did the servants react to Beatrice? She was a guest who shouldn't have
驚いたり
existed.
はしないのか？
Weren't they surprised? Yeah.
しないよ。
Yeah. Willard he's asking all the right questions. Of course not.
だってベアトリーチェはお屋敷のもう一人の主だもの。
Isn't that actually really quite interesting? Of course not. After all, Beatrice is the other Waga Aruji of this mansion. Gotta love Waga Aruji. Oh my god. I think if I ever heard Erika say Waga Aruji again, unless I wasn't actually rereading Umineko, I would get my monitor, I would hold both sides of it, and then I think I would thrust it onto the floor. Bit hyperbolical, but you can get what I mean. I found it so annoying that it's just funny at this point. Waga Aruji. It's just Erika said it so annoyingly. Yeah, she said that servants treated Beatrice as an honoured guest. Isn't that actually really quite interesting? I wonder why she is an honoured guest. And sometimes they were permitted to witness new miracles and magic along with Maria. Indicative of the fact that they were actually helping with some sort of trick that would fabricate the illusion of Beatrice more.
1986年の六軒島でベアトリーチェに実際に会えたのは
Yeah. Yeah, so one of the Rokenjima of 1986, the ones who could actually meet with Beatrice were you, Nanjo, and the 4 servants excluding Gorda,
ゴーダを除く使用人4人と
for a total
お
of
前と南
6.
條の合計6人だけだ。
Yeah.
ベアトもそれ以外の人の前に現れるにはもっともっと魔力を蓄える必要があると言ってた。
So true. Beatrice said she needed to store up much more magical power before she could appear in front of anyone else.
つまりそれ以外の人間の前にも やがては姿を現すつも
Well,
りだ
not
った
really.
わ
They'd all be dead. So she intended to show herself in front of more people sometime in the future. Yep.
すべての人間たちに自分を認めさせる日こそが自分の復活の日だって言ってた。
Oh, isn't that ironic? Yeah, she said the day she made all of the humans acknowledge her would be the day of her resurrection. And isn't it really interesting to think that as a result of Battler not being here, there have been no deaths so far? Then again, so far, there may be a few deaths. Who knows? Doesn't necessarily mean there won't be any deaths at all. Maria. Ooh, new track. Sounds kind of mysterious. Please tell me it's not just gonna be this. Interesting. Sounds really quite ominous. And very simplistic as well. Maria, the servants and Nanjo had acknowledged her. She'll probably appear before new humans one by one, starting with those with whose anti-magic toxin was the weakest. Nah, not really. Beatrice's game was to increase the number of humans who could recognise her. Yeah, until she could make everyone on the island acknowledge her. It is actually really quite interesting to think what the human motive would be regarding that. Of that, there can be no doubt. In that case, the last person Beatrice needed to appear in front of was Battler. Yeah. Yeah, it would be Battler, the one said to have the strongest anti-magical power. Yeah, but then again, how did she know that? Does this mean Beatrice thought that Battler would be the hardest one to convince? God, this theme is really unsettling. It seemed true that Battler was one of Beatrice's goals. However, if we go with that chessboard thinking that Battler loves so much, Beatrice is trying to make people acknowledge her existence. So, as a result of that, if anybody ever lives to see the, the truth of the crime, they're going to think, what, it wasn't somebody who had actually killed them, it was Beatrice. Therefore, you might say that she's a character who can't exist unless people acknowledge her. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she can't appear in front of other people unless people acknowledge her, because if they don't acknowledge her, then they're going to suspect her as another person. Battler reached this idea himself as soon as the first game. Yeah. Yeah, so something different about the Beatrice of 1986. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's different from the Italian Beatrice or the Ecuadorian Beatrice, both of whom certainly did exist. The Requiem of 1986, the one we're so familiar with in a mysterious way. Yeah, who has no existence. Oh my god, seriously, yeah. Yeah, that is a good question, actually. Yeah, why is she dead? How do we know about the fact that she's dead? Yeah, what does it mean to kill this Beatrice who has no existence? The minimum number of people required to create a universe is 2. However, Maria said that even a single person could give birth to a universe. And yet Maria desired a second person. Yeah, a second person to nurture the world that she had... Oh yeah, I love that you can metaphorically tie this to the occult. Yeah, a second person to nurture the world she had given birth to alone. Because if it was born and not nurtured, it would die and disappear. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because obviously, I mean, the thing is about the occult-related things, it makes her see her sense of self, but that's only because of the fact that it is nurtured. If let's say for example, Umineko here, I view it as a part of my, my identity, my no, let's not say Umineko because that's cheesy. I'm just reading a story. How the fuck is that part of my identity? Let's say, I don't know. Let's say, making videos. That's what I do on my main channel. I make videos, so as a result of my nurturing of the hobby, that has become something that has been really quite significant to me and that I have always done, and it has become a part of me. But if I didn't nurture it, then it wouldn't be important whatsoever. So the importance of these things needs to be kept, and it needs to be maintained, because it just disappears if it isn't. God, those eyes are really quite unsettling for me. It's just because of how unexpected they were. Let's replace the word universe with Beatrice. The minimum number of people required to create Beatrice is 2. Yes, I see that. Yeah. Yes. However, even a single person could give birth to her. And yet that single person desired a second person. A second person to acknowledge that Beatrice created by the first person. The meeting with the second person is the scene Maria had just described. The single person who created Beatrice looked for a second person to acknowledge Beatrice. Yeah. And selected Maria because of the fact that she is the most gullible kid. Isn't it interesting that Angie was also invited? A kid. Yeah, we don't need Furu or Erika's heartless reasoning to know that the teacup magic was a sleight of hand. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Maria, believing that in that story about the anti-magic toxin, would close her eyes whenever magic happened. Any sleight of hand would be possible while she had her eyes closed. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, 2 people need to create Beatrice because one person needs to disguise as Beatrice and then another person needs to add validity to that disguise. One who feels genuine belief from manipulation. Yes, agreed. That first line. Because of the fact that they wouldn't be valid if they didn't desire a second person. One to properly spread the belief about them. Yes. The caramel Maria had been given as a proof of her mating with a witch had melted a little because Maria had doubted. Yeah, in a season where one was likely to put ice in their tea, it was only natural for a caramel left in a bag to melt. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Ushidomiya Maria, the girl who's too trusting and will accept the story easily. Yeah. Beatrice appeared first in front of this girl, who had, in the language of witches, yeah, very little of the anti-magic toxin, i.e. a lot of vulnerability and gullible feelings. Yeah, the creator of Beatrice can be thought of as an egg being laid. When a single person creates her, it's little more than a daydream. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, she's still inside the egg, but I suppose you need another person to actually get you out of the egg. If and only if a second person acknowledges her, the shell will crack and she'll appear. No, I see that. Yeah, she'll only appear if a second person comes to warm the egg. Yeah, that's fair, yeah. When Maria acknowledged Beatrice, she finally hatched and the chick was born. Yeah. In that case, Maria Sociera, which nurtured Beatrice and her magical compendium, was like a nest. Yeah, isn't that interesting? This is Beatrice, a woman with a dignified presence who calls herself the Witch of Genjima and who claims to have lived 1,000 years. Metaphorical 1,000 years. You are literally, oh my god. You are basically 2 years older than me. Because I'm literally 17 in a month and 4 days, bro. Yeah, that sounds less like the chick Bertor who had appeared in the previous game, and more like Bertor the Elder. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I suppose so, definitely. Yeah, if you look at the time scale of it, I see that. I suppose so, yeah, the egg itself had already been created by the first person. Yeah, who is the first person though, genuinely? Between then and the meeting with Maria, it matured immensely inside its shell into a character with the dignified presence of 1,000 years. Yeah. Then when Maria acknowledged it, it hatched. Yes. And the Witch of Genjima finally gained a form. Yeah, makes sense, yeah. Yeah, perhaps that moment marks the birth of the Beatrice of 1986. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the younger chick, Bertor, was born out of love for Bachelor. Yeah. Since that birth hasn't yet occurred at this point in time, the birth of Bertor the Elder and existence of Beatrice at this moment must have nothing to do with Bachelor. Yeah. Are you enjoying this reasoning, Berncastle? If you are, let's at least have some applause from the spectators. Oh, I'm surprised. Great, thanks a bunch.
Maria はベアトに魔法で叶えてほしい願いがたくさんあるの。
So isn't that really quite interesting to think that it's as if the first person is quite literally creating an egg? But the only thing that's kind of weird about this egg is obviously it changes the entire way in which they are going to be viewed. They are going to be viewed as, you know, the original self that they were, and then they're going to be changed, and then they're going to be Beatrice. And that is how they are going to be interpreted by people like Maria. And that is how the belief is then going to manifest. Jesus, what the hell did Bachelor do, by the way? Because, yeah. Isn't it really interesting? The question of who killed Beatrice is very likely going to also answer who truly killed in, you know, 1986 in Genjima. I can now see why Bachelor and Warigiria were at Beatrice's funeral. Disagree. Disagree. I wish for Battle to grant me a lot of things with
だ
magic.
からベアトが復活するのに協力してるの。
Yeah. That's why I'm helping with her resurrection.
願いとは何だ？
What is it that you wish for? Yeah, it is
いっ
interesting.
ぱい
There's
ある。
lots and lots.
内緒。
Oh yeah, not telling.
黒き魔女からママを守ってほしいか。
Yes, you wanted to protect your mama from the Black
ど
Witch.
うしてウィルは何でもわかるの？
Yeah, I do wonder what she's actually going to say. How did you know that?
すごいよ。
Yeah, you're incredible.
魔女に願わねば取り戻せない世界だと。
Yep, totally dodging the question like usual, and you're already sure that you'll never be able to get that world back
俺はもう思っているのか。
without a witch's help. Yeah, isn't that interesting?
マ
Yeah,
マは大好き。
I love Mama.
優し
She's so nice.
い。いつまでも一緒にいたい。
Yeah, no, I see that. I want to be with her forever. For all eternity.
今度はマリアージュ・ソルシエルについて聞きたい。
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, now I'd like to hear about Mario Sosiera. This is going to be interesting.
どうした？
What's wrong?
やだ。
Don't wanna.
何？
私、喉が渇いちゃったから、ジュース飲んでくる。
Oh, right. I'm thirsty, so I'm going to get some juice to drink. Is that what she said? I swear I heard juice. I don't know. So I'm going to get something to drink. See you later. Interesting that she actually dodged that. Yeah, that's actually really quite surprising. That just shows that she wants to go out. But then again, I suppose because of the fact that, well, if we've got to remember the decline of Mario Sosiera, that was at the end of episode 4, I swear. Yeah, and it's interesting that she's just really overly sensitive as a result of that. Yeah, Maria became suddenly formal, bowed her head, and left without waiting for a reply. But I suppose that's because of the fact that, if we remember the worst scenes in Umineko episode 4, I think that will definitely tell us why it totally strikes a nerve. Exactly though, for somebody to be that talkative and then just to not want to talk whatsoever all of a sudden, it's weird. Yeah, it was a very un-Maria-like thing to do. I see. So the Game Master has moved the piece. Oh, isn't that actually really quite interesting? Yeah. Yeah, apparently she's telling me to ask about something different. Yeah, that's interesting. So that could be indicative of the fact that Mario Sosiera is actually quite useless because of the fact that all of the things that are covered by it are kind of similar to what we've already realised. Yeah, at some point, Lion had started chatting with the other family members. Yeah, Jessica seemed to be getting irritated at having her butt pinched so much, and George was trying to calm her down. Oh my god, Jessica and George. Guess I'll hear their stories next. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, compared to Maria, the anti-magic toxin is very strong in those two. Yeah, so how is it going to be viewed when seen as, you know, something that's more objective? At least at the beginning of the other games, they didn't acknowledge Beatrice. Yeah, definitely, yeah, Maria showed me the point of view of one who believes. Now to hear it from those who don't. Oh, right. Didn't expect that. Alright, that's actually going to be really quite interesting. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I do wonder what they're actually going to say. And if there's actually going to be anything that's new that we actually haven't seen before. I wonder. I'll just take a bit of a break, why not? Right. Okay, I have done an amazing action, right? You're gonna be so shocked. I have returned. What the fuck? So weird, isn't it? Right, okay, let's get into this. Alright.
次期当主様のせいでお見苦しいとこを見せちゃって。
Oh my god, just hear Willard talk for 1 second and then you will realise that that probably wasn't really that unreasonable to say. Apologies for our successor someone's lack of courtesy back there.
あざになってねえか。
I love that. It's not going to leave a mark, is it?
あいつマジで容赦ね
No, fair enough, yes. Talk about merciless.
ジェシカ、何か言ったかい？
Oh, yeah. Did you say something, Jessica?
何も。
Yeah, this is a sister that, I mean, obviously she is really quite funny, but at the same time, she is sly. You do not want to get on her bad side.
もう十分懲りたって。
Of course not. I've already learnt my lesson, okay? Prove it. Lion, who had apparently been chatting with the adult siblings, spun around with a smile and stared at Jessica. Oh my god. Oh yeah, seriously, yeah, it looks like the older sibling's firmly in control around it. Yeah, I don't disagree, yeah.
その上地獄耳だな。
Those are some sharp... yeah, that's actually really quite true.
リオンってやつが理解
Yeah, and isn't it really quite interesting to think that sharp ears, that's kind of like a, you know, a quality of the detective with the detective's authority. Do you remember that? Yeah, the fact that Eddie Carr could literally have amplified hearing because of the fact that she had the detective's authority. Yeah, those are some sharp ears. I think I'm finally getting this lion person.
そう。
Yeah.
昔から妙に勘が良くて。
Yeah, our successor Sama's always been weirdly sharp.
その上ほら、大人受けが妙にいいし。
I don't blame them to be fair, but she is two-faced, she is a devil. And the adults are always gushing about
私
that
は
kid.
家でも学校でも比べられてる。
Yeah, that's sad. Yeah, and I'm always getting compared to that, both at home and at school. Lion sounds like the type of person who would be doing really well at school.
リオンは中学も高校も生徒会長だったね。
Yeah, isn't that actually really quite interesting that Lion has all of the things that Natsuhi actually wanted Jessica to be? Yeah, come to think of it, Lion was the student council president during both middle school and high school.
バドミントンの部長もやってたよね。
God, and the head of the badminton team too. Jesus
行く
Christ.
先々でリオンと比較されてひでえ目
Yeah,
に遭っ
it's
た
really sad that. Yeah, so everywhere you go, you get compared to Lion, and it doesn't match up too well for you.
私は中学に入って行ったぜ。
I said it as soon as I got into middle
その時
school.
はもう副会長やってた。
Jesus Christ. Our successor someone was already the vice president of the student
来
council.
年は生徒会長になる気だろう。私の肩身が狭くなるからやめてくれって。
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, I said if you're planning to become the council president next year, that'll just put more pressure on me, so stop it.
でも翌年にちゃっかり立候補して当選しちゃいやがった。
Oh, yeah, isn't that interesting? Yeah, but the next year rolls around, and guess who announces their candidacy and wins by a landslide election?
高校
Yep.
でもそう。
Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, same thing again in high school.
今度こそやめてくれって言ったのに、その時点でもまた副会長で。
Same thing again in high school. I said, please just give it a rest this time. You're already vice president.
また3年になるのと同時に会長になりやがった。
God, yeah. Yeah, but when year 3 rolls around, our successor Sama gets the council president job
父さんは
again.
ちやほやちやほや。
Yeah, I mean, obviously Lion is actually quite funny, but at the same time, I just don't really get why she always wants to be above her sister. I mean, though this isn't a nice thing to do at all, I think if it's something that she genuinely feels passionate about, then Jessica shouldn't be the one to take it away from her. Yeah, Dad was oh so
母さ
proud.
んはあなたも妹として恥ずかしくないよ。頑張り
Yeah,
な
that
さ
sounds like
いって
Natsuhi.
チクチクチクチク。
Dad was oh so proud. Mum kept on saying, now you make sure you do your best as a little sister over and over and over again. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Yeah, that
で
sounds...
もそんな
God.
リオンの妹であることを
Yeah,
誇りにも
that
思ってるん
sounds
でしょ。
awful. No, but I do see this though. If you have a little sister who obviously has, you know, I mean, a head of the badminton team, literally a vice school, you know, student council president. I mean, those are things that are not easy to get into. I mean, yeah, and I do see how you could just totally be compared and also downplayed as well. Yeah, but even so, you were still proud to be Lion's little sister, weren't you?
別にそんなこと思ったことはねえぜ。
Oh, now it's a little bit awkward, isn't it? It's not like I ever thought of it that
ああね
way.
えぜ。全然ねえぜ。
Yeah, of course not. Why would I? Yeah, that's fair.
上が完璧だと息も
Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, it can be tough to be compared against perfection.
だが他人は他人お前はお前だ
I really do like that Willard, what he always does is he's totally merciless and very direct in his questioning, but whenever there is a moral lesson to actually be learned, he always makes it so that it's clearly said, and I really respect that part of him. Now, to be honest, I respect all of the parts of Willard. Yeah, it can be tough to be compared against perfection, but other people are other people, and you are you. Yeah. Yeah, there's no point letting it get you down. Yeah. That's really good, yeah. And obviously you can't do that. You can't do what's in the last sentence if you are affected by being compared to against perfection. Yeah, live how you want to live with all you've got and you'll be fine. Of course. Yeah, she sounds really happy. But, yeah, that's awful, yeah. Yeah, but Mum and the others are always going on about how I need to follow in Ushinomiya Lion's footsteps as a little sister. What? They keep on telling me to go into the student council to go play badminton. Badminton is such a shit sport, though, in my opinion, at least. Genuine. I'm not even joking. I hate badminton with a passion. Firstly, I don't like the game, and secondly, you do not know how many bad memories I have playing that fucking sport at school. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys may beg to differ. It's just, firstly, I hate the sport, but secondly, a lot of my hatred is characterized by bad school experiences. So, yeah, I just feel so bad for her in things like that. Hang on, sorry, that's just... There we are. No, I do see that. Yeah, isn't it really quite interesting? I just kind of get the impression that Lion's trying to make it so that Jessica's just deliberately feeling jealous here, but I don't know. Then again, like I said, it's the degree of, you know, whether she actually wants to do this or not. If she's just doing this to piss Jessica off, then I don't think that's right at all. But, yeah, if she's... you know, genuinely feeling passionate about this, then good for her. This is kind of a selfish outlook on things as well, if you ask me. Yeah. You don't play in a rock band, do you? What? Oh my god! Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, look at that. An example of her living by herself. Yeah, that's a secret, okay? Yeah, that's horrible to think that she actually has to do that. But then again, I suppose it is really good that she has found her own identity. Yeah, apparently she's keeping it a secret from her family. Interesting. People tend to blame things on their family about and how they were raised. I know, it's really surprising, yeah. People tend to blame things on their family and how they were raised, but this Jessica girl always likes doing the same thing, even in a different world and in a different family. I know it's surprising. But, yeah, definitely, yeah. It's admirable that she has such a true and constant interest in something. I couldn't agree more, yeah. I loved it. That Pettan song. That Dokyun song. Oh god, what is that? Let's just search it up. Oh right, it's some sort of Toho thing. Right, let's just see how concerning the lyrics are. What am I listening to? Oh, there are lyrics. Right. Oh, I know. Does this display the lyrics? Oh my god, I hate that the melody sounds so familiar. I haven't actually heard of that one, but I heard that Petan Petan to the Petan was actually patched in a console version because of the fact that it was copyrighted. Or maybe it was vice versa, I can't remember exactly. But that's hilarious though. I haven't seen the other one, but there's a really cool CG of Jessica literally in... It's either Alice Margatroyd or Emu, I can't remember. I think... No, it is Alice Margatroyd. Yeah. Oh my god. I can't wait to play PCB. I'm actually going to be able to fight Alice. She's the stage 3 boss, I think. Is it the doll maker of Bucharesti, the theme that she has? Anyway. Not really that relevant to this. Mystic Square's better. No, sorry, Blimmin' Alice in Wonderland from Mystic Square is better theme. Yeah, isn't that actually really quite interesting that you're so consistent in terms of your interests that no matter the circumstances, you are always going to discover the same thing? It's hilarious, that. I love that Petan Petan song and that Dokyun Dokyun song. Yeah, nothing wrong with the extraordinarily accomplished sort like Lion, but kids who act their age do have their charm. Yeah, definitely, yeah. It is so, seriously, that's the best way to go through life. Yeah, fair enough, enjoy your youth to the fullest. Yeah, fair enough. Thanks. Yeah, that's sad. And I think it's really, really good of Willard that he's actually doing this. Apparently, no one had ever told Jessica that they approved of how she lived. Yeah, and the direct way Willard had put it made her turn red and hang her head in embarrassment. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, he is really direct. There's no roundabout way, and I think it's really good in conveying the truth about, you know, how she deserves recognition for something as impressive as what she does. Yeah, I want to ask you two now. The same thing you just asked Maria-chan. Yeah. Please tell me everything you knew about Beatrice. Well, you can see how much Maria-chan loves witches and the occult. I see that, yeah. For her, Beatrice is a symbol to be admired, like an anime heroine. Heroine in anime? What the fuck? No. Yeah, that's actually really quite interesting. Yeah, whenever some trivial thing happens, she believes it's some witch pranking her with magic. You really are an adult. Yeah, that's brilliant, I agree. Yeah, you really are an adult, and so is the fact that you'd never say that to Maria, even if you think it. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you don't want to totally destroy them. Yeah, childhood dreams only happen when you're a kid. Yeah, I like that, yeah. I think respecting that precious experience is an adult's responsibility. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, it looks like the two of us will get along well. Yeah, they're very, very mature, both of these people. Yeah, George's position was that Beatrice was nothing more than a fairy tale. Yeah. Yeah, however, that phrase, respecting a child's dreams, is the adult thing to do. That might be worthy of... Wait, what did that say? Worthy of future scrutiny? Yeah. When she got candy from Beatrice by magic, Maria probably got excited and told George and the others. Then the adults followed his lead and actively supported... Yeah, that story as adults should, yeah. However, we can conceive a similar situation coming up, besides an adult interacting with a child. For example, what about a subordinate interacting with a superior? If Kinzo, tyrant of the Ushinomiya family, claimed that Beatrice existed and had revived, perhaps the other members of the family would actively support that story as... Yeah, as his subordinates should. I see that, yeah. Though Beatrice only appeared directly in front of a limited number of people, it's probably safe to say that the concept of her existence penetrated deeply within the Ushinomiya family. Even amongst those who had never seen her. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, isn't that interesting? I do see that. Because obviously if these child's dreams go too out of hand and they change them for the negative, then maybe you might have to intervene. Yeah, definitely, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it'd be necessary to transform the concept of that character from an imaginary fairy tale into a reality. Yeah, so a person attempting to do this would need to perform acts that no one could explain without magic. Agreed. Yeah, these acts were the witch incidents, starting with the window opening pranks played by Beato the Elder, and ending with the closed room murders. Yeah. Beato the Elder talked about this, saying that the anti-magic power filling the mansion would be weakened bit by bit the more she made her exist. Exactly, yeah. I agree. Beatrice, why were you willing to go? Yeah. Without love it cannot be seen. Why were you willing to go so far to make everyone besides you accept your existence? Battler, without love it cannot be seen. Sin. That's all I need to say. Because that fiction will become the truth if everyone acknowledges it. Because at that moment, the being called Beatrice will be acknowledged and become human. In that case, until Beatrice is acknowledged by all people, she's less than human. I see that, yeah, she's furniture. That is interesting. Oh, yeah, because they would want to have love. Why would furniture want to become human? I'm seeming to remember this being a theme in the previous games. It's because they want to gain a right. Furniture cannot love. So they try to become human because they want the right to love. What could this also... I mean, I know this is love. Fuck. Furniture cannot... Kill. Isn't that interesting, though? It's big. This is a big discovery. It's totally true. I'm actually really quite surprised. My theory about Beatrice being furniture was actually correct. Yeah, it's extremely simple. It's directly connected to the reason Chick Beato was born in the first place. Yeah. I love that they don't directly tell it to you. You have to figure it out. I see. I understand, but it's complicated. Yeah. I see that, yeah. Yeah, you can't neglect the... No.
ベアトリーチェの葬儀に参加しておいてこんなことを言うのも申し訳ないけれど
I feel bad for saying this at Beatrice's
僕
funeral.
も説明できるほどベアトリーチェという人物のことに
Yeah, fair enough.
詳しくないんです
Fair enough, she was a very mysterious one. Yeah, but truth be told, I don't know much about this person called Beatrice enough to tell you about
申し訳な
her.
い
My apologies. Yeah, isn't that really quite interesting that if you forget about the whole magical related interpretations, then maybe you could just think about the fact that, you know, this Beatrice, she wants to become human, and, you know, if she is actually a member of furniture for the Ushinomiya family, then it could be likely that as a result of that, you know, she has no meaning, no purpose, no sense of self, and if she actually wants to love Battler, then she needs to be acknowledged by other people. Oh, yeah, isn't that interesting? Then again, I don't really understand. When, you know, Battler actually came back, why did this person, in theory, why did this person kill and conspire with the servants instead of, you know, just falling in love with Battler? Wait, hang on a second, it's because of the sin. Because of Battler's sin, people die. But then again, it just doesn't really make much sense. Genuinely, what was his sin? Maybe it was definitely a betrayal of the bond. Whatever happened, it was such a bad betrayal that this person wanted to conspire for years to actually gain enough. Wait, no, it was a betrayal of the bond between Battler and Beatrice. So as a result of that, you know, this Beatrice, what she wanted to do is she wanted to gain acknowledgement so that she could have love. So that when Battler was there, next, she could feel that she would actually able to be loved. But what I don't understand about that is then, why did she fucking kill? Because of Battler's sin, people die. We can't forget that. It's weird. Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense. It doesn't really make much sense when we think about that. Yeah.
その話はここに住んでるジェシカちゃんの方が僕よりももう少しは詳しいかもしれない。
Jessica-chan does live here, so she might know a little more than I
そういえ
do.
ばジェシカちゃん、こちらの方を紹介したっけ？
Yeah, that is actually a fair question, yeah. Well, introductions aren't really that necessary, yeah. Speaking of which, have you already introduced yourself to this gentleman yet, Jessica-chan?
いや、実はまだ。
No, not yet, actually.
お客様がいらっしゃるってのに、尻ばっかつねるどっかの誰かのせいで、きちんと挨拶もできなかったぜ。
I love that, yeah. No, yeah, actually, there's this idiot going around pinching people's butts, so I didn't really have the chance. A bit late, Jessica looked embarrassed for acting rudely in front of an unfamiliar... You only think about that after you've said that, I love it. She cleared her throat and made a beautiful bow that didn't... Oh, no way! No, that's hilarious that she's actually trying to be as proper as possible. Just don't. Take Willard's advice, live your life the way you want to live it. She cleared her throat and made a beautiful bow that didn't fit well with her normal attitude. She even lifted the corners of her skirt in a curse. Jesus Christ.
はじめまして。
Pleased to meet you.
ジェシカと申します。
My name is Jessica.
本日は後宮家へようこそ。
Allow me to welcome you to the Ushinomiya family on this splendid day.
いや、お日柄もよく、
No, she did well. I mean, please enjoy our hospitality. Gosh, she doesn't even know how to properly greet someone. Yeah, yeah, I love that greeting is literally interrupted. Willard.
ウィルと呼べ。
Call me Will. What a more simple greeting. Huh? Huh? What? Jessica's greeting had been of the old-fashioned sort. Yeah, so Will also treated her like an old-fashioned lady. Oh my god! Damn! God, Jessica's greeting had been of the old-fashioned sort, so Will also treated her like an old-fashioned lady, bending down on one knee, taking Jessica's right hand and kissing. Wow. God, that's actually really quite interesting, that. Yeah. Oh my god, make sure nobody actually finds out about that. I mean, then again, I suppose you could justify it. It's just still weird in this time. That's actually really quite interesting, that, yeah. Oh my god. Oh yeah, understandable. Yeah. Not expecting her greeting to be returned in such an old-fashioned and formal way. Jessica turned red and was unable to speak. That's really interesting. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. However, Will would return the greeting in what he thought was a perfectly serious way. Oh god, that's bad. So he didn't understand what was making Jessica's face glow. He's literally a detective that has his main motto and point of reasoning is not to abandon the human heart, and yet he can't think about why it's strange. Have I done something strange? No, not at all. Yeah, I want to hear what you know about Beatrice. A sparkle leaked around the edges of Will's right hand, which was grasping Jessica's hand. Oh. God, awkward. Looks like the theatre-going power is having its effect on Jessica. Oh, didn't mean for that to happen. Oh well.
Beatrice のことだっけ?
Beatrice, is it?
話してもいいけど、
Oh no, what is it?
約束してくれる?
Beatrice, is it? Well, I can tell you, but will you promise me
絶
something?
対に笑わないって。
Promise you won't
今
laugh.
にして思うと、きっと寝ぼけてたんだと思うから。
Well, this is what he needs. Ooh. Thinking about it now, it sounds more than little
お前
crazy.
は何を知っている?
What is it you know?
笑わない。
I won't laugh.
聞かせろ。
Tell me. Yeah, it's serious, yeah.
いいよ。
Sure.
どこから話そうかな。
Where should I start? It's Nietzsche. To me, the Golden Witch Beatrice is... Oh, it's this song. To me, the Golden Witch Beatrice is a bitch! It's also like one of the 7 mysteries of the Ushidomiya family. 7, interesting that. You've heard of those, right? Oh yeah. Almost all schools have a set of tall tales or ghost stories that get passed down. Like on some days... I love that, yeah. Like on some days, the piano in the music room will start playing by itself, or the skeleton in the science room dances around at night. Well, in my school, you can say, we're too boring, or you can say, too much anti-magic toxin. Everyone's heard of them. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely, yeah. But of course, that doesn't mean they believe in them. Rumours exist. The stories about Beatrice were the same. Yeah. Oh yeah, understandable. I love that, yeah. It was just one of those strange tales about our way too big mansion. The servants would sometimes talk about seeing things during their night patrols. Get meds. Sometimes I felt a bit annoyed about them turning my home into a place for ghosts. Oh, yeah, understandable, yeah. I didn't pay it any more attention than that. That's how little it matters to me. Yeah, understandable, yeah. So during my normal everyday life, I'll completely forget about Beatrice. Fair. Oh yeah, it must be weird. Yeah, of course. When that huge portrait was first hung, it definitely felt creepy. It's just really interesting to think that even though it's in your house, it's not a reflection of anything that the main people of your house would, you know, think about really. It's not a reflection of any of the main people that she sees. Of course, when the huge portrait was first hung, it definitely felt creepy. Ha, like that, yeah. Even I tried not to meet her eyes after dark. So it's no surprise that the servants found it eerie. Fair enough, yeah. But that only lasted for a short while. The portrait is eerie, I will never disagree. But that only lasted for a short while. We all walked by the portrait every day. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, we gradually got used to it and eventually bored of it. It's exposure, it works with everything. A little bit of a bad example, but the most graphic image I've ever seen, I kind of interacted with it quite a few times. So as a result of constant interaction, it became something that, you know, initially it really affected me, but now I can just casually look at it. I didn't really care anymore about the portrait of the mistress from Grandfather's Delusions. Yeah, you've got to evaluate that.
だろうな。
I get that.
年に何度も来ない親戚連中ならともかく。
I'll bet it was different from the other relatives who only came a few times a year.
そういうこと。
Yeah, exactly.
だから親族会議になると親戚たちが必ず肖像画の前で決まってベアトリーチェの話をする。
That's why every time the family came from a family conference, they'd always stand in front of that portrait and talk about Nietzsche.
定期的に思い出させられるのさ。
Yeah, fair enough. So I was reminded of it every now and then. Now, isn't it interesting to think, if the portrait of Beatrice was actually, you know, if everything regarding Beatrice was a Seven conspiracy, which I think it's obvious that it is, isn't it interesting to think that as a result of the portrait of Beatrice being there, well, the belief would be strengthened. It's just another means of that Beatrice gaining acknowledgement. And it's doubtful whether that was actually done because of Kinzo's severe love to Beatrice, or if it was because of the fact that this piece of furniture was, I don't know, somehow gained Kinzo's sympathy. Maybe it was sort of like, maybe this piece of furniture was sort of like Lion and, you know, just in the way of, you know, being extremely appreciated by Kinzo. I doubt it though. I love, by the way, I find it really funny that Kinzo and Kinzo sounds really quite similar. Do you remember, you know, anything regarding Delana Kinzo? You know, just saying forbidden. I think that's what it means. I don't know. Beatrice. Beatrice. I've come to play again. I've written a new spell. That's sweet. Take a look at it later, okay? By the way, could you imagine if the Beatrice, if the person X actually hides in Beatrice's portrait? You really do like Beatrice, don't you? Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, you've been in such high spirits ever since Grandfather had this portrait hung. Yeah. Huh? Where's Angie? Alright, she went back with Aunt Kidia to take some medicine. Which year is this? Her body really is frail. Ha! Says, you know, also talking about the person who, you know, like 13 years late, well, 12 or 13 years later, or 11, I don't know, it depends on which year this is, or 10, or 9, I don't know. Or 14 or 15, I don't fucking know. But, yeah. Isn't it interesting to think that this same Angie literally jumps off skyscrapers and miraculously becomes unharmed? Her body really is frail. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, totally the opposite of Basila. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, she just sort of gets sick whenever she's stressed. So Basila. What do you do? What do you do? Yeah, you can't forget about that. Yeah, I also used to get sick on big holidays or trips. Yeah, but she's got stuff to look forward to. It's not a surprise. Maria's really tough by comparison. Yeah, she's been talking about Beatrice non-stop since we left Nijima. Yeah, I mean, it is understandable, but at the same time, when you realise how much significance that it actually has on Maria, of course she's not. It's just reasonable. Don't you think she's taking this a bit too far? It's not bad. So bad, right? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's normal for kids to have an active imagination. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If a kid told you that she'd met Santa Claus. Yeah, would you tell her that she's a liar?
まあ
Fair,
そ
yeah.
こまでは言わねえけどさ
Yeah, you can't do that, yeah. Well, of course I wouldn't go that far. Yeah. Yeah, Maria kept talking to the portrait as though it was an old friend. Yeah, that's interesting. She promised to play with it later as if she was talking to a living human. God, she just has so much significance. And it's just really quite ironic to think that she places so much value in Beatrice that she has no concept of the fact that maybe that is an inanimate object and it won't be able to understand or communicate with her. Maria kept talking, yeah. Sweet. But to be perfectly frank, yeah, no, I do see that, yeah, but to be perfectly frank, Jessica, who was the same sex as Maria, found this behaviour a bit unpleasant, even though she realised she was dealing with a younger girl. Yeah, at one time, even I was fascinated by anime heroines and other fictional characters. However... Oh yeah, because obviously Jessica's never actually met any of her anime heroines. Then again, I mean, if somebody did actually do a cosplay and then convinced her that, you know, they were the real anime heroine for some sort of weird reason, then maybe. I don't know. However, Maria's behaviour seems to signify something more direct than mere fascination. It's something more definite. More vivid. Yes. Yeah, am I the only one who notices something odd about her? I bet the others all notice too, but try to ignore it because of that adult dignity George Nissan is always talking about. Yeah, isn't that interesting? There are very many odd things about her, if viewed from the lens of somebody very normal and intolerant. Yeah, my apologies, everyone. Oh, yep, the head is quite busy with his noble research. He wishes to eat lunch in his study today. That's indicative of the fact that I think this is 1985. For this excuse, it's gotta be. I can see that though, yeah. It's not fascination, well, it is fascination, but it's a bond of friendship. A genuine bond of friendship that she feels she has. My apologies, everyone. The head is quite busy with his noble research. He wishes to eat lunch in his study today. Yeah. That's hilarious. Until a second ago, Kinzo's children had been complaining that eating lunch with their father would give them indigestion. I know! Yeah, like, you just can't get your way, can you? I mean, though it is really disrespectful the fact that Kinzo hasn't actually come down, at least he hasn't come down and you won't get indigestion. You will actually be able to enjoy your food without an arsehole constantly, you know, picking it down for you. Yeah, but now that they knew he wasn't coming, they started grumbling about how he should at least spare the time to come down during his annual family conferences.
それでは皆様、ランチを始めさせていただきます。
Yeah, then let's begin lunch,
連
everyone.
邦よりお集まりの皆様をおもてなしできるよう、この号だ。腕によりをかけてご用意させていただきました。
Yep, trying to sell himself as much as possible. I, Gorda, have made use of all of my talent and experience to make sure that you guests who have come from so far away will be entirely satisfied with your meal. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, no one's stomach would fail to rumble after hearing that from the great chef Gorda. By the time the splendid dishes were laid out, everyone... Ha, yeah, isn't that ironic? Just totally... Isn't that actually really quite interesting to think that... Oh my god. That's actually a really quite interesting connection that you can make. Yeah, so what you do is you actually hire Gorda, and that would be indicative of the fact that you actually deny whoever was cooking before of their privilege to cook. So as a result of that, what Kraus and Natsuhi have probably hired Gorda, so as a result of that, you know, he can talk about his food. They've probably trained him so that he talks about his food, and that, you know, attention from Kinzo can be diverted. Isn't that interesting? I do wonder if Gorda was actually a tool, all to begin with. I do wonder. And obviously, a means of getting pretty damn good food as well. We can't forget about that. Yeah, it was now Angie's absence that was being discussed. Interesting. Apparently, her stomachache had gotten so bad that she and Kirie couldn't make it to lunch. God.
かわいそうに。
Poor thing.
ゴーダ。
Gorda?
後でキリエさんに相談して、お粥のようなものを
Oh
用意する
yeah,
よ。
that's nice. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Gorda, make sure you talk to Kirie-san later and have some porridge made.
ああ、気を利かせてくれてありがとう。
Thanks for the concern.
本当にすまねえな。
Sorry about this.
どうも緊張に弱い子みたいでな。
Yeah, that's what it seems. She just can't handle this much stress.
幼いうちはそんなもんや。
That's how it is with young
吐い
ones.
たりしないだけ可愛いもんやで。
Oh my god, I love that. Yeah, they're cute at least when they're not regurgitated. Jesus
ジョー
Christ.
ジはよく吐いたわね。
Oh god, George, you should do that all the time.
昔は本当に病弱だったのよ。
Oh, I feel bad. Yeah, he really was feral way back then.
ね
Right? Oh my
昔の
god.
話は許してよ。
And he's also in the room. Let's not talk about the
食
past.
事時にする話じゃないよ。
It's not exactly a mealtime topic. Oh god, that'd be indicative of really weird things.
エンジェかわいそう。
Poor Angie.
こんな美味しいご飯なのに食べられない？
She won't though, that's a sad thing. Yeah, she won't be able to eat this yummy food.
かわいそうにな。
Yeah, okay. It must
元気になった
suck,
ら
yeah.
その分いっぱい遊んであげようぜ。
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, poor kid. Let's make sure we play with her a lot when she gets better.
ダメ。
No way.
マリアとは遊べない。
She can't play with me. Oh, is it because of the fact that she's actually denied magic? What are you talking
どう
about?
して？
Why?
だってマリアはベアトリーチェと遊ぶんだもん。
Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, because I'm gonna play with Beatrice, of
だから
course.
エンジェとは遊べない。
Oh, isn't that interesting? Yet another connection can be made. Because of the fact that Angie denies magic and she doesn't believe in it whatsoever and could potentially make Maria be detracting in her faith. Beatrice has made sure that Angie is not... Yeah, there was a time when this manipulation would be used for bad purposes.
ベアトリーチェと遊ぶって。
Play with Beatrice.
またどっかに一人で行ってぶつくさ独り言言いながら本を読んでるだけだ
Oh
ろ。
my god! You mean you're gonna go off on your own again to mumble to yourself and read some book? Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a... You should not say that, God. Jessica slightly regretted that she hadn't been more tactful. Yeah, that is understandable though, yeah. However, she couldn't wipe away that uncomfortable feeling she got every time Maria talked about Beatrice. And that... Yeah, and that feeling slipped out through her words. Yeah, that was a mistake. I don't do it on my own. Beatrice is there too. Maria may be young, but she does know how to read a person's tone. Yeah. Oh god, yeah, that's a mistake. She immediately burst out in anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Normally, Rosa would have stopped her at this point. Oh god! Oh, that's awful. However, she had happened to go to the bathroom at that moment. Oh yeah, so there was no one to calm Maria down. God, this must be so horrible just to, you know, see how much this kid has been manipulated and how much she has been deluded into believing stuff like this. Yeah, poor Jessica, you're just a clump of the toxin. Yeah, with Beatrice's weak magical power now, she'd burn to a crisp if she ever appeared in front of you. Yeah, when all of the family are fucking dead. Yeah, she will appear before you eventually. Yeah. Yes, in front of everyone else as well. And then the door to the Golden Lamp will open. Isn't it really quite ironic that this plan to murder has been here for years? And Maria has literally told them. Yeah, but who knows if you'll be invited in? But who knows if you'll be invited in? Of course, she will take me there, to the Golden Land. So horrible. No, she won't. But not Jessica, not Jessica. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think if you weren't uncomfortable as a result of something like this, being said from a 9-year-old, by the way. Yeah, I don't know what would make you uncomfortable. But not Jessica, not Jessica. Not someone who makes fun of Beatrice. Not an unenlightened, stupid, confused, silly, filthy, toxin-stained human. God. Yeah, that is weird. No, definitely though, yeah, I see that. Yeah, and isn't it really interesting to think that you could then think of, you know, different personalities, trauma, stuff like that, really. Yeah, when someone makes fun of Beatrice, it's like Maria becomes a totally different person. Yeah, definitely, yeah, there was a theory about Maria having multiple personalities, wasn't there? Multiple personalities. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that probably describes it perfectly. Or maybe that was Maria's idea of an idea of an ideal personality. I love that. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, you mean the thing about creating another self the way you want to be? Oh my god. Oh, that's actually a coincidence, but we've never heard that before. How do you know my motto? To think too hard and you'll just get a headache. Classic Willard. It was something Jessica once told Conan. Oh, right, she had been talking about how anyone could create another self in the image of the person they want to be. I see. I think we heard those words somewhere near the beginning of the second game. Now that I think about it, some very interesting stuff's been mentioned since very early on. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Everyone has a self they really want to become. I remember in Onikakushi, in Higurashi's Onikakushi chapter, there was a tip that kind of had, it was a really angry Karen news reporter, or at least they sounded angry, but yeah, they were talking about this, and they were really taking the concept of multiple personalities out of context as well. That was quite funny. Yeah, everyone has a self they really want to become, but they can't do it. Yeah,
生
fair.
活やしがらみの中に今の自分がいるからこそ
Yes. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, their current self is always surrounded by their lifestyle and the limits placed
今
on
の
them.
自分を変えるなんてことできやしないんだ
Yeah, so they have no way of changing themselves.
そうだな
True.
自分を変えると環境も変えるということだ
I kind of see that. In some situations, sure, but at the same time, what if your environment doesn't change and you just change yourself to adapt to it? I know it's a little bit of a vivid example, but think of Sayo no Uta. Changing yourself means changing your
それ
environment
は
as well.
容易なことじゃね
That's not easy to do. Then again, Sayo no Uta spoilers, but I suppose, you know, when Fuminori went to the sanatorium, I suppose he did kind of change his location to something that was more comfortable for him. Not really. But yeah, I suppose you see what I mean. But yeah.
だから私は今の自分はそのままに
So my idea was to leave who I am now
本
alone.
当になりたい自分をもう一人生み出すことを思いついたんだ
I see that, yeah. So my idea was to leave who I am now alone. I create another self, one that I really wanted to be.
両家のお嬢様であることを強いられ窒息しそうな日々に
Oh yeah, yeah, God, yeah. Yeah, you felt suffocated, forced to live the life of a rich family's
お
daughter.
前はなりたい自分を見出した
And you envisioned the self that you wanted to be.
だからって家で破天荒はできないさ
But I couldn't do anything outlandish at home.
母さん
No!
に怒鳴られるのがオチだぜ
Mum would just start yelling at me.
だからそうした
So I made my plan.
家にいるおとなしく親の言うことを聞く私に加え
At home, I'd obediently do what my parents said.
本当になりたい私をもう一人生み出したんだ
But I'd also create a second self to do what I wanted.
家ではおとなしく親の言うことを聞き
Oh, I
表
see
では
that,
や
yeah.
りたいようにやる
This, for example, is why she doesn't really do much in school. Because she doesn't want to. Because of the fact that she was just forced by her parents. She never actually discovered her own interest in learning. At home, you did everything your parents told you to. And outside, you did what you
正
wanted.
しい生き様だ
Ha, yeah, fair. That's a good way to
目
live.
を張れ
Yeah, fair enough. You should be proud. Then again, it could very easily turn badly. But still. I can see that in Jessica's case. Not just the limits placed on them, but the limits they themselves place on them. Doesn't necessarily have to be a limit of your lifestyle. There are so many things that you can impose on yourself that prevent change and development. The fact that this is being emphasised is indicative of the fact that maybe a culprit could be doing this very facade. And the fact that, because of the fact that their furniture outside of the job, they are very different to how they are inside the job. Maybe it could be that. And their feelings as well. Can't forget about those.
ありがとう
Thanks.
まあそのつまりなりたい自分ってのはその気になりゃ案外作り出せるもんなんだよな
And well, if there's something you really want to be, and if you really work for it, it's easier to do than you'd think.
マリアも
I
同
suppose
じ
so,
なんだろう
yeah.
と思った
Yeah, but no, I do see that. It is kind of at an extreme, and it is obviously quite unhealthy if you look at it from, for example, someone like Jessica's point of view, but at the same time it is kind of following the same principles.
興奮してまくし立てるマリアもそうだというのか。
I think Maria's doing the same thing when she gets excited and starts talking
あ
and
れこ
talking.
そが、まあ
Sometimes.
そう思うことがあるよ。
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah, sometimes I think that's the person Maria really wants to
親
be.
族で一番の年少で可愛がられてはいるが、
Yeah.
尊敬されているわけではない。
Yeah, as the youngest member of the family, she's adored, but not
何
respected.
を知っても覚えても、
Yeah.
そんなのは親族の誰かが知ってる。
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Oh, yeah. So that uniqueness. Isn't it really interesting that with regards to the witch thing, witch personality, it's always different. Every single time it is. Everything about the witch is really obscure, different, random knowledge that nobody else knows. So as a result of that, she has no fears of, being a sheep, I suppose. Just being so similar to everyone else. And, it's interesting to think that this personality and this desire to be different has deviated from, just being bullied, for example, because of the fact that she didn't have a dad. It's horrible. Yeah, every time she learns something, there's always someone in the family who already knows
マ
it.
リアに威張れることは何もない。
Yeah, she doesn't get to show off her knowledge about anything.
私たちはマリアが何かを覚えるたびに微笑ましく褒めてたつもりだけど、
Yeah, whenever she does learn something new, we try and smile
ひょっ
and
とし
praise
た
her.
らそれが彼女を傷つけていたのかもしれない。
Oh, interesting. But that might actually have hurt her.
何かの権威になりたかったということか。
So Maria wanted to become an authority on something. It's something that all young boys and girls think when they want to shake off their childhood. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's not a bad feeling when you learn something new and your parents praise you. But when you realise that your parents already know that thing, it sometimes feels like they're talking down to you. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, when the kid learns their 1-digit times tables, their parents will probably praise them. If they don't... Oh, God, yeah. When a kid learns their 1-digit times tables, their parents will probably praise them. However, inconsiderate parents will sometimes ask questions. Oh, yeah, no, I see that then. What is 11 times 11? 121. Or what is 16 times 16? 256? I think so. Yeah, I think it is. Let's just check it. Why not? Yeah, it is. Damn. I figured that out so quickly. No, I do see that though. Yeah, it's just really interesting whenever you display to someone else that you know something and then they ask you they just ask a completely unrealistic, expectation. And if you can't actually prove that unrealistic expectation, it's as if you don't know it at all. I do see that. Yeah, but I do see that, yeah. If that happens, the kid will lose his feelings of accomplishment. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, fair enough, yeah. And will start to feel as though he could never surpass his parents. Yeah, that's
だ
understandable.
から
Yeah.
マリアが誰も知らないオカルトに関心を持ち、
I agree. I think this really applies with competitivity and especially in video games, I think. Kind of just relating some of my own stuff with it. Like, for example, if you're so good, then do this accomplishment. And if you can't do it, then that's a denial of your skill. Yeah, but I do see that, yeah. So it's easy to guess why Maria got interested in the occult, something no one else knew about. Yeah, but isn't it interesting to think that even if people kindly try and pretend to be interested and pretend to know, pretend not to know and pretend to learn from the kid, no matter how considerate they are, it will still hurt them in the long
そ
run.
の知識を深めていったのは容易に想像できる。
And started learning more and more about it.
マリアにとっての理想の自分というのは、
I think the person Maria wants to be.
みんなに尊敬されるオカルトの権威の自分なんだ。
Yeah, and it's interesting to think that as a result of that, there is going to be nobody who knows what you are talking about. I think Maria would... Could you imagine if Maria was some sort of, I don't know, scientist or researcher? That's a good... or just somebody who creates a new product that not many people know about into this world. I think the person Maria wants to be is an authority on the occult who everyone respects.
普段の
I
生
see
活
that,
でオ
yeah.
カルトの話ばかりしていたらローザ
It's
に撃たれる
horrible.
からな。
Yeah. So awful. Yeah, and if she talked about the occult during her everyday life, Rosa would hit
お
her.
前がそうであるように普段はもう一人
Yeah,
の
no,
自分
I
を
see that,
殺している
yeah.
という
Yeah, so
わけ
there's just a different self that you actually have when you go to Dokenjima because of the fact that you are never able to enable it. Yeah, so like you, she's been hiding this other self most of the time.
私はこんな時のマリアをそうだと思ってる。
Yeah, and it's just kind of like Jessica, but at the same time, you know, a way more extreme example. That's what I think she's doing at times like
い
these.
や、本当の自分が普段の自分を塗りつぶしてしまったというべき
This is
か
the
も。
horrible thing because of the fact that her normal self is so absurdly damaged from the horrible parenting that Rosa has given. You know, this happens. And isn't it really interesting to think, as a result of Rosa's bad parenting, her fate, you know, she actually started realizing everything regarding the Bible, and then that stimulated her interest in the occult. And it's just interesting to think that, you know, as a result of that, as a result of Rosa's bad parenting, that has happened. That's what I think she's doing at times like these. Maybe I should just say that this is her real self slipping through the cracks to cover up her normal self. Yeah, reasonable,
私も
yeah.
そういうのをちょっと覚えが。
Yeah, when you're trying to hide anger, for example. Actually, I've had some experience
真
with that
相の
myself.
霊障に憧れて病弱な自分になれたらいいなと思って咳する真似ばっかしてたら
God.
悪い癖になって。
Actually, I've had some experience with that myself. I've thought that at times it would be nice to become a frail, secluded lady, so I pretend to cough a lot, and it's sort of become a bad habit.
咳込めば周りが優しくしてくれるからか。
Oh, now it all makes sense. Yeah, because everyone would be nice to you if you started having
Yeah.
coughing fits.
嫌な話の流れになった時とか、
Oh, I
空
like
気
that,
悪い
yeah.
時とかに流れを断ち切れるし。
Yeah, whenever the conversation turned to something I didn't like, or something that made me feel uncomfortable, I could do that to change the subject.
なるほど。
I see.
それもまたお前のなりたいもう一人の
Yeah,
自分。
one that is totally respected, and one that wants to, you know, well, I suppose, yeah, and that's another self you wanted to become.
この話は内緒で頼むぜ。
Yeah, it's just interesting to think that, you know, she wanted to become another self that, you know, just had things go away, really, I suppose. Was feel just a little bit vulnerable, so as a result of that, she can get her way more than normal people would. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone about that. Then, just what is Maria's other self? Yeah, but that is really, really interesting. That would be indicative. I mean, this would be indicative of the fact that she has been taught something. An authority on the occult who can out-argue even adults. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Or else, does it have to do with her relationship with witches? God. There are a few things you should not do in life. 1, I don't know, wash trousers with tissues put in them. 2, forget to turn the gas off on the stove. 3, cook, light oil on fire. 4, light petrol on fire. 5, smoke near a car accident. And then, you know, sick, or some sort of car fire, or just any fire in general, really. 6, I could go on, but my point is, denying Beatrice in front of Maria. 7 most deadly things to do. What's the 7th most deadly thing? Crack. There we are. I don't know. In a search for something more than her everyday life, Maria found it in Beatrice and inside herself. In that case, it's going to the Golden Land with Beatrice. It's kind of like an afterlife with her. Yeah, Maria's wish. Isn't that interesting? That would explain a lot about, for example, just in episode 1 and 2, you know, her resistance to the fear of death, really. Because of the fact that the more close she would be to going to the Golden Land, the closer she would be to potentially aiming for her wish. Yeah, it looks like we've gone off track.
まあそんな感じで、ローザおばさんが戻ってくるまで、マリアは癇癪を起こしちゃって。
Anyway, Maria kept up that tantrum until Aunt Rosa got back. Hang on, I've just got to check if I've got nightlight on. Really, really bright at the moment. Dude, I searched. Oh, fuck off. Oh, yeah, I don't have nightlight on. No, I do. That's too much. I did have it on. I just wanted to check. Might just take a break for a bit. Sorry, my eyes are kind of strained, so I've got to look away from the screen. I've got to look somewhere really quite far away. Oh god, this looks so weird to be doing on video. My eyes kind of hurt at the moment, so yeah. This is the annoying thing about Umineko. It's such a good book, but at the same time, you know, it's on an electronic device. So as a result of that, when I do long sessions, my fucking eyes hurt. Right, should be good now. Looks like I've gone off track. Anyway, Mariga kept up that tantrum. Yeah, until Aunt Losa got back. Well, yeah, that is understandable. I mean, Mariga has slandered Jessica in such a horrible way, so... I mean, even though this is... And it's interesting to think that she kind of abandons her human morals, which she wouldn't really have with her normal self, because of the fact that her personality and her true self that she wants to be is being threatened. Looks like we've got off track. It's kind of like an instinctive survival instinct in a way for that personality. Anyway, Maria kept up that tantrum until Aunt Losa got back. I should have let her be, but I fought back.
Beatrice などいるわけないと。
You said there was no way Beatrice could exist. Even though that is the devil's proof, even to you. It's something like that. Ha! Yeah, fair. If she exists, then just let me see her. Isn't it ironic to think that this could actually be possible? If she exists, then just let me see her. Oh, God, yeah, because she probably underestimated the severe importance she feels. Yeah, of course, once Maria started crying, I realized I'd gone too far. Yeah, and then... At the end of the family conference, I was the only one still upset. Yeah, Maria acted as though nothing had been happening. Yeah, and it's interesting to think that she probably feels so much sadness here, so as a result of that, she distracts herself with Beatrice, and then it's as if, because of the importance that Beatrice actually has on Maria's life, it's as if after she's talked to Beatrice, all of her problems have disappeared. It's just interesting how much dependence she feels in this. Instead, she went off somewhere on her own, and came back talking happily about how she played with Beatrice again. Fair, yeah. Yeah, don't. Yeah, everyone, me included, decided not to contradict her. Yes. By that time, it was best to just accept it and not ignore it. Agreed. Is that all you have to say about the family conference? About the conference, yes. Ooh, this is saucy. What I want to talk about is what happened after the conference over and everyone left. This could be big. Even after the conference ended, I still felt a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, if Maria had just stayed mad, we would have made up with each other. Oh yeah, that's understandable, yeah. If Maria had just stayed mad, we would have made up with each other and I could have put it all behind me. But since Maria got over it... Yeah, I felt like I was the only one unsatisfied. That is actually interesting because of the fact that they couldn't have made up. You know, Jessica still feels a little bit of guilt. And she just feels as if, I don't know, she couldn't really make amends for what she's done, really. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, my lady. Why the gloomy face? Oh, it's you. Oh, it's nothing important. Did everyone make it back okay? If they're still on schedule, they should have reached the Nijima airport by now. You've done your part well, my lady. What happened after? Indicative of the fact that Jessica may have seen Beatrice. I haven't done anything. Yes, you servants who have done a great job.
マリア様との喧嘩をまだ気にしておられるのですか？
Are you still upset by the fight you have with Maria-sama yesterday?
まあね。
Sort of.
子供の言うことではありませんか。
She's just a kid, right?
お嬢様ももう高校生なのですから、深く気にすることもないでしょうね。
I mean, that is understandable, and judging by the fact that she has got over it pretty quickly. You don't need to worry about the fact that you've upset her, but then again, I mean, it's not nice to have the feeling that you've accidentally... Well, she didn't accidentally, she just kind of lacked restraint, so as a result, she kind of upset a kid. I mean, it's not really a nice thing to, you know, have to think about, really. She's just a kid, right? It's not something you need to worry about all grown up and in high school. Fair. Wow, look at those clouds, I don't think we've ever seen that. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Do you think all that was just a kid's nonsense? Do you mean the talk about Beatrice? Yeah, isn't that interesting? See, even you call her Sama. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Beatrice is the name of Grandfather's mistress, the person he's still infatuated with. I realised that as a servant, Kumasawa-san can't speak of her indiscreetly. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, there is a degree of confidentiality. Still, that's now become the name of the fictitious witch who lives within this mansion. And it's almost natural for people to call her Sama. Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
Beatrice なんて私たちが森へ行かないよう大人が
And
でっち上げた
isn't
階
that
段だぜ。
interesting? Yeah, Beatrice is just a ghost story created by the adults to stop us from wandering into the forest. Either because of the fact that they'll lose their kid, or because of the fact that there are bodies from the Italians.
それをいつの間にかマリアが面白がって本当にいるかのように振る舞い出しやがった。
Yeah, Maria just thought it was interesting one day and decided to act like it was true.
そんなことを言っては罰が当たりますよ。
Ooh, if you say such things, you'll end up
ベ
regretting
ア
it.
トリーチェ様はいるのですから。
Yeah, and I don't even disagree, that's the ironic thing. Which Beatrice? Sorry, not W-H-I-C-H, I mean W-I-T-C-H, Beatrice. Which, as in Major Beatrice, doesn't exist. But Ningen Beatrice, i.e. human Beatrice, does exist. Orgon yo. Moment.
だからさ、そういうのダメなんだよ、生理的
Yeah, that's
に。
understandable, yeah. Again, when you say stuff like that, you're just freaking me
ジョー
out.
ジ兄さんの話じゃねえけどさ、サンタなんかいるわけねえとまで騒ぎはしねえぜ。
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. I may not be George Nissan, but I'm not gonna go around shouting that Santa couldn't
だからっ
possibly
て
exist.
サンタが本当にいるわけじゃねえ。
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he actually exists.
それは間違いですよ、お嬢様。
You find you're wrong there, milady.
間違い？
This is hilarious. Wrong?
はい。
Oh, yes.
万物、八百万には神
gods
様
dwell
が
in all
宿って
things.
おられます。
Jessica's undergoing conversion. Help! The gods dwell in all
同
things.
じように、この島、このお屋敷にはベアトリーチェ様が宿っておられるのです。
In the same way, Beatrice Sama dwells in this mansion.
神様と同じく、ベアトリーチェ様も敬っていれば、何も害はなしません。
No, and isn't it really interesting to think that in this case, if you harm the illusion of Beatrice, the human Beatrice, then as a result of that, you will need to be silenced, and then things will happen to you. That's
お嬢
indicative
様の
of
言うように、
what that
い
means.
ないも同然でしょう。
Yeah, as you say, it will be as though she doesn't exist.
しかし、敬いを忘れれば、必ずや罰が当たります。
All bullshit made up, just to make it so that the belief of Beatrice is strengthened. However, if you ever fail to show proper respect, her curse will descend upon you.
これは何も、
So
ベアトリーチェ様に限ったことではないのですよ。
Of course, this doesn't only apply to Beatrice Sama. It applies to Oyashido Sama as well. But
罰が当たるなんて上等じゃねえか。
oh, this is going to be interesting. If there's a curse, let's see it.
会えるもんなら会ってみてえぜ。
I'd just love to meet her.
お嬢様、そんな罰当たりではいけませんよ。
You mustn't say such things. Yeah, I do wonder what's going to happen next. Ooh. Is she actually going to meet Beatrice? I wonder.
お嬢様。
Oh, my lady. Oh.
本日はお疲れ様でございました。
I hate how intimate this scene looks, or is that just me? Shannon x Gorda, probably the worst Umineko ship ever. Shannon Gorda.
ベアトリーチェの話は知ってるよな。
Oh, it's going to be interesting to think about how a non-believer and, you know, well, I mean, the thing is about Gorda, I mean, he's just kind of thinking, because of the supernatural nature, well, the unreal and mysterious nature of the place, obviously it will be, it wouldn't be surprising if there was something like Beatrice in there, and, you know, he's kind of swayed by the belief. He doesn't really have any unique takes on it. I mean, he would obviously deny witches, but if he saw any single sort of proof that witches could exist, he'd believe it. Shannon Gorda-san, you guys know about Beatrice, right? Huh? Yeah.
まあ、存じているといえば存じておりますが。
Well, I do know of her, of course.
それが何か。
Yeah, why do you ask? Two looked at each other. Yeah, yeah. They looked like a pair who had just heard a clueless person utter a forbidden
ぶっちゃ
word.
け聞くぜ。
Let's have it straight.
いるの？
Does she
そ
straight?
んなお化け。
Does she exist? That ghost. Yes, she does. Let's have it straight. Does she exist?
いるかい
That
ない
ghost?
かと言われれば。
Oh, I wonder what he's going to say. If it's a question of whether she exists or not.
それはいないでしょうが。
I would have to say that she doesn't.
多分。
Yeah, he doesn't know. I don't disagree that Gorda doesn't know. I don't think he's lying when he says that. You, on the other hand... I.
私はきっと
I'm sure.
いらっしゃると思います。
Yeah, she exists.
どうしているって？
Why?
会ったことあるの？
Have you met her?
直接会ったことがあるわけじゃありませんけど。
I've never met her directly, but... Well, it's because there is somebody there, genuinely. Shannon spoke in detail of how she'd sometimes feel a strange presence or see a silhouette while doing the midnight rounds. And each time she started, Jessica would immediately cut her off. Yeah, that's understandable. But then again, what if there is a genuine presence? I'm not talking about Oyashiro-sama-like stuff. I am talking about just, you know, that feeling where there is just something irregular. That there is something following you. God, I'm talking like an entertainer. So suspenseful. And each time she started, Jessica would immediately cut her off. Yeah, saying she must have seen it wrong or be mistaken. That's reasonable. Yeah.
ゴーダさんだって会ったことあるわけじゃないだろ？
You haven't met her either, right, Gorda-san?
もちろんですとも。
Of course not.
しかし。
However...
まあ
Well, yes, he was being very evasive. Even a man as big as Gordar was apparently unable to deny the existence of someone he'd never met. I know it's actually really quite surprising. I suppose it's the devil's proof, but still. Yeah, that's understandable though. This really didn't sit well with Jessica. She was a resident of this mansion herself. Yeah, so to think that there's somebody who could potentially be crawling around in your mansion without your knowledge in your own home, it must be creepy as hell. Yeah, exactly. They were acting as though someone else, someone she didn't know, was living there. Yeah, of course she didn't like it. Exactly.
ちょっと待った。
Now, wait a sec.
今の話をもう一度。
Tell me that story one more time.
え、と言いますと
Which do you mean?
貴賓室の話ですか?
The story about the VIP room. Gordon and Shannon have been recounting several ghost stories about Beatrice. One of them drew a reaction from Jessica.
そうそう。今の貴賓室の話。
Yeah, that one.
面白いぜ。
Sounds pretty cool. Now, right. Looking for similarities to episode 2. Looking for... Gordon and Shannon glanced at each other. After all, it hadn't been a cool story to either of them. I like that. You mean...
午前2時に入ってはいけない
that you mustn't enter the VIP
です
room
か
at 2 in the morning? Oh, isn't that interesting? God, whoever is actually doing a Beatrice masquerade is completely... you know, they don't have a very good sleep schedule. You mean that you mustn't enter the VIP at 2 in the morning?
午前2時には
That's interesting.
ベアトリーチェ様が貴賓室にお戻りになるので
Yeah, and that would actually tie in with all of the things that we've heard about, for example, Beatrice trying to make her presence known with actions like, for example, the, you know, opening and closing of windows. The one about how Beatrice somehow returns to the VIP room every morning at 2 a.m.
けないですか?
So you mustn't go near it.
そうそう、それそれ。
Yeah, that's it.
面白いぜ。
Pretty cool.
どの話もベアトリーチェらしきものを見たの聞いたのって体験談ばっかだけど。
No, I suppose that is
その話は違う
directly
ぜ。
relating to Beatrice. I do see that. Yeah, that's it. Pretty cool. All the other stories are about people saying they heard or saw something Beatrice liked,
午
but
前
this one
2時
isn't.
に貴賓室に行けばベアトリーチェ様にお
Yeah.
会いできるってわけだ。
Bet you she's not going to be able to meet her because of the fact that, you know, obviously the servants will know. This one says that if you go to the VIP at 2, you can actually meet Beatrice somehow.
それは
Evasive.
しょう
Yeah, very evasive. Well, I wonder.
お嬢様
Milady.
ベアトリーチェ様を悪く言った使用人にはたたりがあると言われています、
No, they say servants who threaten the secret of Beatrice to be leaked are killed, and then it's made to look like an accident. They say that the servants who speak ill of Beatrice somehow are cursed.
ましてや貴賓室はベアトリーチェ様のお部屋
Yeah, that fully makes sense, and that's really interesting now that we think about the fact that Beatrice could be an unknown person X, and also what's even more interesting is the fact that the VIP room in episode 2, when the murder was actually happening, nobody was in the
いく
VIP
らお
room.
嬢様でもそれはおよしになられた方が
Even you, milady, should probably reconsider.
貴賓室って今は鍵がかかってるんだっけ？
Yeah, isn't that interesting? The VIP room is locked now,
鍵は？
right? Where's the key?
鍵はキーボックスにあったでしょうか
Why would you say that? You are stupid. Was that key in the key box?
多分源氏様がご自分の席にしまわ
You
れて
are
いると思い
fucking
ます
stupid for saying that. I think Genji-sama keeps that key by his own chair.
マスターキーでも開くんでしょ？
The master key can unlock it too,
貸
right?
してよ。
God, let me borrow yours.
そういうわけには参りませ
Their
ん
resistance is going to be very, very interesting here. I bet you Shannon's going to go all gloomy eye mode. God, that was weird. I cannot do
お
it.
嬢様好んで不吉な場所に近づくことはありません
Yeah, isn't it actually really quite ironic to think that even Gorda is a little bit in on, you know, this? I kind of get the impression of. Yeah. I think just from comments like this, just his additional resistance, I kind of get the impression that he could potentially be knowledgeable about the secret as well. Milady, there's no need to approach such an ill-omened place without reason.
Oi, oi.
Oh my god, yeah, that's true actually, yeah. Don't you go calling my house ill-omened. Just look at Kinzo's room then. Yeah, don't you go calling my house ill-omened. Anyway, I've made up my mind. Yeah, if you can't give me your master key, there's still that key for the VIP room, right? Let me borrow it. Milady. To Jessica, the expressions worn by the pair felt more like an... yeah, understandable, yeah, because obviously of how, firstly, probably, strained they feel, and also... Oh my god, what was that? Fucking hell. Ow. To Jessica, the expressions worn by the pair felt more like an ill omen than anything else did. Yeah, fair enough. In Jessica's eyes, the ill omen thing wasn't the witch of the VIP room. Oh yeah, that's understandable. That's really interesting because obviously it's not any of the witch-related things. It's just the people who are actually hiding the secret. The deluded and the knowledgeable. In the end, Jessica forced them to agree. Ooh, and she made them bring to the key to the VIP room. That's going to be so interesting. Yeah.
Beatrice が本当に貴賓室に現れるかどうか。
Yeah.
肝試しをしたというわけか。
So he went on a classic test of courage to see if Beatrice would really appear in the VIP room or not.
そんなとこだぜ。
Pretty much.
しかし、私は何を意地になってたんだろうな。
Well, judging by her reaction here and what she's saying, I think she probably didn't find anybody. Pretty much. Still, I wonder why I was so fixated on doing it. 年もいかないマリアとの喧嘩を引きずってたに違いない。 That's fair enough. You just want to make it so that you can have the reassurance of the fact that your point was actually right. I see that. I feel like there's going to be nobody in there and the servants will probably have told each other. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely, yeah, of course. That's ironic, yeah, of course the weather just had to be terrible on that particular night. Ah, there was nothing there. Makes sense. Yeah, to be honest, I slightly regretted sticking my nose into something so pointless. But I'd already said so much, and even borrowed the key from them. I couldn't just go to Shannon the next day, have her ask me how it went. Yeah, and answer, well, I gave up because it was too scary. I find it so funny that these people are such friends and yet Shannon is hiding so much from her. I love that. Normally, I go to sleep long before 2 AM. Bruh. Rookie hours. Oh, yeah, she would, yeah. If Mum found me wandering the corridors at that time of night, she'd definitely yell at me. So I waited in my room, staring at the hands of my clock as it ticked closer to 2. Yeah, fair enough, there must be a battle of tiredness. Outside, the rain was incredible, and the wind strong. Yeah, the swaying, rustling trees were particularly eerie. Yeah, I'd complained to Shannon and Gorda about making up ghost stories about my house. Yeah, and isn't it really interesting to think that this is how the illusions manifest? Yeah, but I was starting to feel like those ghost stories might not be so impossible after all. Yeah. Yeah, the Ushinomiya mansion is huge. Yeah, judging... Yeah, look at the size of your bed. I think that confirms that theory. Yeah, honestly, I can't think of the entire mansion as my own house. No, I see that, yeah. As Mum says, the hallways of the Ushinomiya mansion should be treated like public roads. Oh, that's so cheesy. Yeah, I do see that though, yeah. In other words, my own room is part of my home, but the hallways and the other rooms I don't usually enter are outside. I do see that. It's actually really quite ironic. It's kind of like living in a hotel. So while part of me feels that this VIP room ghost story was ridiculous. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, another part of me was so creeped out that it kept frantically trying to convince itself that the first part of me was right. Yeah, only 10 minutes left until 2. If I want to be inside the VIP room at 2, I need to get there before then. Yes, definitely, yeah. Yeah, you go for it. Guess it's time. I bet you no one's going to be there. Sorry about not giving up that easy. Nothing's going to happen. Devil's proof. No, you don't fully know that. Nothing's going to happen, I know that. It'll be a stupid waste of time for a few minutes. I'm sorry, but this is how you can tell this scene is going to be significant. It'll be a stupid waste of time for a few minutes. I touched the doorknob to the door of my room and was startled by how unpleasantly cold it was. I mean, it is 2 in the morning, to be fair. As long as I stayed in this room, I could laugh off anything. Oh, yeah. After all, this was my room. But it wouldn't be like that in the hallway. It's outside my territory. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Yeah, and the doorknob, the barrier between the two, is ice cold. Idiot. What are you so scared of me? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And isn't it really interesting to think that what happens with gossip-related things is, you know, it provokes fear because of the fact that there may be some sort of really high power and really bad threat that is in your mansion where you live. So, as a result of that, to disprove it, you need to be able to, you know, make it so that you yourself have denied their theories. And it's just interesting to think that the denial... it's just interesting to think that with gossip, like, one of the first things people want to do is denial, simply because of stuff like this. Yeah, there's nothing strange in this VIP room. It's just so interesting to think that you have such a big house, and yet it's just as if all of these rooms don't belong to you, even though it's in your own house. It must be so weird. The corridor was only dimly lit. Yeah. Before lights out time, the hallways were much brighter. Yeah, fair enough. But to avoid wasting energy on something like that, we kept the lights to a minimum at night. So even though I was inside my own house... Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was very clearly the middle of the night here. Oh god, I'm tired. Fuck no. Ow. I like that analogy, it's really quite funny. It's actually really quite interesting to think that because of the fact that this is, you can kind of treat this like a public road as opposed to somebody's actual house. You know, the VIP room is just, it's as if, well, it's as if the VIP room is just totally, it's part of a totally different part of ownership, really, and it's just totally different to anything that you know of, even though it's in your own house. So, yeah, basically, you don't know what happens in there, even though it's in your own house. Anything could be happening. Maximum creepiness for Jessica, though, seriously. If Mom found out that I was wandering around at a time like this to do a test of courage in the VIP room. Oh my god, yeah, which I'm not even supposed to go in. Oh, you would be killed. Yeah, I get in a lot of trouble. Yeah. Oh yeah, good one. Yeah, to make sure that she didn't find out, I tried to hide my breathing and footsteps. So, oh yeah, fair. So the silence felt unbelievably loud. Even though it was so quiet, that eerie sound of the wind was noisy. Fair enough. That's the only thing you can hear whatsoever. The sound of twigs rustling. Oh, the sound of some pillar in this old mansion creaking. What's that sound? Like a beak tapping against glass? That is interesting. Though it was so quiet, all of the little suspicious sounds made it seem noisy. I wonder if that could be indicative of some sort of signal. Damn, I'm an idiot. Oh my god, I know! Then again, it would make it really obvious that you're out at night, so I don't know if that's the best idea, but still. Damn, I'm an idiot. Why couldn't I have brought a flashlight at least? A flashlight to use inside my own home. Yeah, I don't disagree. That's even more idiotic. I mumbled this to myself, hoping that it would drown out the sound of the wind just a little. Yeah, fair enough. Then I saw it. The door to the VIP room. This is the VIP room. Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah, the one room for important guests. However, as far as I knew, it had never been used before. As far as you knew. None of the guests who came to this mansion were important enough to be given use of this room. Yeah. Though I've been clutching that key the whole time, it didn't feel warm at all. Oh, isn't that interesting? Yeah, it still ruthlessly and icily tormented me. Or maybe that was a warning. Oh yeah, I suppose so, but then again, if you don't, then what the hell is actually going to happen? Yeah, if you go back to your comfortable room and hide in your bed, this night will pass like any other. Don't mess with me. No, I agree. Yeah. Don't mess with me. I can't give up after going this far. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Even though the key was freezing in my hand, telling me to go back. Ironic that it slid into the keyhole quite easily. All that's left. Yeah, it's to turn the knob. Open it. I'll be inside the VIP room. Yep. It's not like I've never been in there before. Oh. Oh, long ago, I explored and played hide and seek all the time. And this room that I rarely entered seemed unusual and exciting. Oh yeah, that's interesting, yeah. Indicative of somebody hiding there. However, I got in trouble for going in and was told that this room was important, so one mustn't enter without reason. After that, they made a rule of locking up unused rooms. Oh, isn't that interesting? Yeah, and I couldn't go in anymore. To potentially deflect suspicion. And deflect the amount of people who can come in this room. So it's probably been several years since I've gotten into the VIP room. In fact, it might be more than 10 years since like, Jesus Christ. The inside of this room has probably changed from how I remember it. Come to think of it, even then. Oh, that's interesting. Because I think of it, even then I felt that there was something unsettling about it. Oh my god. Yeah, slowly I pushed the door open. The door was light, and even after I let go of it, it kept opening by itself. As though beckoning me in. Interesting. For fuck's sake. Fucking annoying. Sorry, everything has stopped working. Thanks. Really, really appreciated. Fucking hurry up. Right. Let's see what the genuine fuck is gonna happen. This is gonna be so cool. Could you imagine if there was actually someone in there? There is someone who has a name beginning with Y that I really want to meet. If you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. How's the audio? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, fair. Yeah, beyond it was a darkness as thick and heavy as ink. Even the dim light that peeked in from the corridor seemed to bright in the God. Gob. I stuck my head in, feeling about for the light switch next to the doorway. This is the horribly awkward and uncomfortable way to do it. Oh my god, yeah, understandable. Yeah, all I really had to do was step inside and search for the switch. From there, unwilling to take even a single step into the room, I timidly stuck just my arm into the darkness and felt along the wall. There. Click. Yeah, the switch, which was hardly ever used, felt... Oh, that's interesting. That's key. hardly ever used, indicative of the fact that this person may not be here much. The switch, which was hardly ever used, felt stiff and lifeless. However, once the light turned on, the darkness vanished in an instant, and there, exactly as it had been, as though not a thing had changed in all these years. Ah, oh, damn it, there's nobody there, was the VIP room. But then again, it's not surprising whatsoever. Firstly, they could be hiding, or secondly, you know, the servants could have actually made it clear that somebody was going to be, you know, attacking. So, yeah, made it clear to hide. The curtain and bed cover, might have been slightly different, and maybe the chairs just look and the like have changed too. Why would they be changed if nobody is using the room, eh? Still, if I had to put it into words, I'd call it the feel. Yeah, the still lifeless feel of this room hadn't changed. Oh my god, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, if I hang around here, someone might find me. Oh my god, no. No, I'd rather not have Mum find me here. I readied myself. And though I couldn't even bring myself to enter this room when the lights were out, finally entered. Oh, isn't that interesting? God, could you imagine if someone's actually hiding somewhere and then Jessica finds someone? As soon as I closed the door, I felt an impressive, suffocating sensation. Yeah, alright, I've shut myself up in the VIP room. Yep, you've become a very important person. Bring it, Beatrice. What time is it now? I looked around the room, but couldn't see any clock. Yeah, I'm not in the habit of wearing a watch around the house. Oh, that's annoying, yeah, damn. Now, I'm not sure what time it is. Oh yeah, fair enough, yeah. Still, I know there's only a few minutes left at most. I tried to suppress my desire to use going to get a clock. Oh yeah, understandable. Yeah. Going to get a clock as an excuse to run away from this place. No, you've got to snipe the prey. Even so, just standing around like this was boring. Yeah, fair enough. Ooh, when I looked around again, searching for something to sit on, I found something strange. What's this? What? What the fuck? What? What? That is not muddy stuff from Toho. What? What the fuck is it? That's a doll. That's really weird. That's really, really weird. It had been placed on the side table next to the bed. If this room had been used often, I'd have thought it was just one of the owner's personal belongings. This is very weird. but no one lived in this room. So this cart belongs to the room's owner.
お供えかよ。
What is this, an offering or
気
something?
持ち悪いぜ。
Creepy. Yeah, it really did look like an offering. A small French doll was sitting on the side. That is so weird. The doll's hair was ironic that, yeah, the doll's hair was gold. It was wearing a black dress. Could you imagine if this person... Yeah, no, wait. The doll's hair was gold. It's wearing a black dress. Yeah, and why is it here, though? That's what I don't understand. Just who managed to find this doll and where? Interesting that it's similar to a maid's uniform. This could potentially be a representation of what the servant looks like? I don't know. There's no doubt that someone placed this doll here to symbolise Beatrice. Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, does this mean this doll was supposed to be the owner of the room or something? And looking like an offering to that owner. That's so fucking weird. And looking like an offering to that owner, there sat a small plate with several cookies and wrapped chocolates. It was all set out neatly, and there was no dust piled up on the doll. Oh, isn't that interesting? In other words, both the doll and offering were taken care of on a regular basis by the servants. No, it's just indicative of the fact that somebody is there. It's not an offering, it's food, because of the fact that this person will get hungry if they aren't fed. Or at least that's my assumption. In other words, both the doll and the offering were taken care of on a regular basis by the servants, kept in good condition along with the rest of the room. Taken care of? No, it's more than that. Oh, yeah, it looked like an offering. No, like some sort of worship. A prayer saying, please don't curse us. Maybe it could just be that this person is actually some sort of murderer, and this could be like, don't kill us? So even though the doll was more than eerie enough by itself, yeah, viscerally, it was even more unnerving to imagine it had been... Yeah, it was even more unnerving to imagine it had been kept safe and worshipped in a place like this. Stupid. I know, it is really, really weird. Am I supposed to clap my hands together and say, please don't curse me? Just to force herself to look away from the bizarre doll. Yeah, fair. Yeah, she couldn't bring herself to sit on a bed that wasn't hers. Then again, she didn't really feel like sitting down on a chair either. She had lost any desire to sit on anything in this room. Yeah, understandable because of how unsettling and weird it is. I just genuinely don't understand that whatsoever. So there's this weird sort of French doll which literally has offerings. And it's been maintained loads. I just don't understand what the significance or the meaning regarding this is. It's so weird. Yeah, it would be likely. I wondered about aimlessly. That is really interesting. I do wonder what's actually happening regarding this doll. I just wonder what it symbolises. I wondered about aimlessly. Then peeked out the window through the gaps in the curtains to stare at the dark rainy night. Now, what the hell am I doing? Hanging about in the VIP room this late just because that fight with Maria is still eating at me. Yeah, no, I see that's totally pointless. Beatrice. Just when did that strange witch start living in this mansion? Grandfather's always yelling about Beatrice. Since it's apparently the name of his dead mistress, people started talking about how her ghost must haunt this mansion. There's that kid's horror story about the witch in the forest, which might be a ghost story made by the adults to stop the kids from going there. Yeah. The portrait grandfather had hung in April was really striking. There was also that weird epitaph. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I agree, yeah, the creepy words on that, which sounded like some sort of ceremony with human sacrifices, made the name of Beatrice seem all the more unnerving. At some point, those stories mixed together, and now people say that the witch Beatrice exists. Yeah. I don't believe in Beatrice, but I know she's just a fictional person made by the fusion of a few horror stories. Yeah, I agree, yeah. The Beatrice who was grandfather's mistress probably did exist, yeah. Yeah, but she wasn't a witch. I agree. Fully agree. Oh. God, I love that we just can't see a single thing. Yeah, isn't it really quite ironic to think that, you know, the only reason she is actually here is just because of the fact that she wants to solve a grudge? But then again, when humans are disproven, it is only natural, it is only human for them to want to do anything and anything at all costs to disprove that claim. The story of the Witch of the Forest was made up by the adults to, yeah, prevent their kids from getting lost in the woods. But that was just a made up story, not a reality. Oh god, could you imagine if she actually explores the forest? And then she finds potential corpses? Or Kuwadorian? In fact, I've heard about the adults here. I've heard that the adults here once scared the kids with stories about wolves living in the forest. To be fair, I do remember something about that with Udosa. Yeah, apparently, but yeah, isn't it ironic to think that she kind of disproved that story? Apparently the kids realised that the wolves couldn't possibly be there, so it was changed to the witch, yeah. I don't disagree. Yeah, when the portrait was hung, that once vague character suddenly had a face. Yeah, and people acted as though she'd been around since long ago. That's right, it's all a ghost story someone made, a fiction. No, I don't disagree, yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, it is so weird to think about that doll and the offerings. That could just be indicative of the fact that whoever the Beatrice represents in real life is totally an object of worship from the servants. And that could be indicative of the fact that they are having very high connections with Kinzo. And Maria calls Beatrice her best friend. Yeah. And the servants worship her like a household shrine. Yeah, I just don't get it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking hell, that... Oh my god. That woke me up. That is so weird. God, no, that kind of did make me jump as well. Oh my god, that was probably so embarrassing, but I'm a sucker for jump scares. Yeah, so, oh my god. Way to make things unexpected. Oh my god, what do you do in a situation like this? Seriously. This is going to be weird. Whoever is calling, it's going to reveal the true nature of something. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Isn't that actually really quite interesting, because the portrait has given Beatrice character, and then as a result of that character they have been able to associate it with more things, and they've been able to treat it as if it was always there. I see that. Because of the fact that Beatrice has painted over their stories regarding wolves and anything else. Oh my god, what is she going to do? Oh yeah, understandable. Yeah, the sudden ring of the phone made me jump so hard that I thought my heart would explode. Oh, properly eerie. Gives me Sayonara vibes. There was a phone on the bedside table across from the one with the doll, and it was ringing noisily. However, I was only surprised by the first ring. Fair enough. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, then again, what is going to happen? Yeah, what is she going to do? Is she going to answer it? But at the time it had rung 3 times, I'd regained my cool enough to grumble about this being a prank done by someone to scare. Yeah, if I rush to pick it up, I'll probably hear someone laughing at me saying, "Were you scared?" Thought about ignoring it instead, but it kept ringing incessantly. It was a pretty loud sound to have going on and on this late at night. Yeah, seriously though, yeah. Oh, Jesus, true. If Mum somehow manages to hear it from her room, I'm screwed.
Hey, Toruze.
Yeah. Okay, I've got it. Might as well say you scared me or whatever. Oh my god, this is gonna be so malicious, I bet you anything. I decided to pick up the receiver. I'll just say that surprised me. Wow, and maybe follow that up with, looks like Beatrice didn't show up after all. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Anyway, this is my victory in a sense. Ooh. Hello? Oh! It's not what I was expecting whatsoever. Oh. That's a bit tricky. Hi, Beatrice. But hang on a second, how was Maria actually calling? And why the usage of quotation marks? Indicative of a recording? Maria? I don't get it. Did I hear that wrong? Why would Maria be calling here? Hello? Thanks for teaching me that fun song last time. Yeah, this is totally a recording. In return, I'm going to sing you a song, Beatrice. I just learnt this one. Yeah, definitely. It just sounds so unnatural. The voice, the intonation, the manner of speech, all of it clearly belonged to Maria. But what's she talking about all by herself? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I just genuinely don't understand. She's literally left the mansion. I mean, firstly, why would she know the exact number of the VIP room? And secondly, well, that obviously indicates that Beatrice does sleep here, but still. It's just really weird that she's doing it now. Why 2 AM as well? Yeah, it's not Maria. The voice, the intonation, the manner of speech, all of it clearly belonged to Maria. Yeah. But what's she talking about all by herself? Maria just kept on talking happily as I stood there. Oh, this song. Yeah, Maria just kept on talking happily as I stood there, stunned and unable to interrupt. Yeah, eventually Maria started singing an old familiar kid song that even I knew. I don't get it. Maria, hello? Wait a sec, stop singing. What's going on? I don't get it. Hello? The voice and the lights, everything disappeared. Oh no. Well, she's obviously alive. Oh my god, that's terrifying. In the pitch black, I couldn't see anything. I couldn't tell what was happening. I don't get it, what's going on. Expect anything. What? The hell? What happened? What's that? Just being in the darkness really slow us humans down so much. So obviously, I don't know. Yeah, that is actually really quite odd, because that would be indicative of the fact that there has been some sort of trick used to hide this person. Just being in darkness really slow us humans down so much. I know it's dark, but I really have no idea what's just happened. What was that shuffling sound just now? Yeah, there is someone in there. Yeah, the servants have obviously told them to hide. What was that shuffling sound just now? I'm not sure, I can't explain it. Yeah. I heard an incredible slithering sound, like someone crawling out of a bed. Didn't think I'd hear it. It wasn't that vague. Yeah, I definitely heard it happen. Right next to me, clearly. Interesting that the lights were out then. I wonder how they actually made the switches go though. That must have been really quite convenient. However, there was no change to the bed. No one had been sleeping there in the first place, and the sheets were still perfectly straight. Yeah, someone had crawled out of the bed. Under the bed? Yeah, they probably crawled under the bed and then left the room there. And had laughed in a creepy voice before leaving the room. That's what it felt like. Felt like? I'm here and the bed's right there. I'm not only in the same room, I'm right next to it. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm so unsure about what's happened just a few seconds ago. Properly weird. Yeah, I gripped the receiver, which had gone completely silent, and waited there alone, unable to move, in a quiet room that seemed exactly identical to the one I just entered. That's a bad move. You could have genuinely sussed out who was in there. Huh? What? If nothing's changed since the beginning, I can just pretend the last minute or so didn't happen. And yet, if something has changed, that'll prove that something really did happen. Yeah. The hell? Where'd it go? What the fuck? Did it fall to the floor? No, it's not there. No matter where I look, from whatever angle, it's not there. The offering plate with the cookies and chocolate is still here. But the thing they were being offered to, the doll is gone. That's so weird. That means the doll could potentially be hiding something. Maybe it could be a means of hiding some sort of secret weapon. I don't know. That is really odd. God, whoever this criminal is, they are fucking good. Seriously. or maybe they're not good. But then again, how did they actually turn the switch off? I think there were two people in there. There was one who was obviously hiding, and then there was another who was helping them. The doll is gone. And obviously the phone would be a good way of distracting her. No way. Then what just happened? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, is the Beatrice Summer doll supposed to have cackled out loud and left the room? No, I know. It's so weird. Yeah, and obviously the other servants, I think all of the servants have been in on this, and other servants, what they have done is they've made it so that the phone calls happened as a result of being able to distract Jessica. So whatever this doll is, it's really significant because of the fact that it was taken. I think it's hiding something inside. Then what just happened? Is the Beatrice Summer doll still supposed to have cackled out loud and left the room? Now that crawling... Jesus Christ, that's ridiculous. Now that crawling sound was too loud to have been made, but how can a doll crawl? Come on. Yeah, it's a noisy sort of sound, like a kid playing with a blanket and using it as a cape. Then what? Is that Beatrice Summer doll supposed to have turned into a human? Oh, that's actually really quite interesting, because you imagine if what they've done is they've somehow leaped out of... I don't know, they've somehow been tucked in the doll and they've leaped out of it, taken the doll, and then ran out. I don't know, it just sounds ridiculous. And then run cackling from the doll. From the room, even. After that, nothing happened. Yeah, interesting that. Yeah, the doll alone disappeared, and nothing else changed. In a VIP room that had remained completely unchanged and was filled only with the sound of wind and rain. Oh, it has not remained unchanged. I stood there, too shocked to move. Understandable, yeah. Yeah, what's Willard's perspective going to be? I'm excited for this. Yeah, did you ever find that doll? Isn't it interesting to think as a result of Jessica being so afraid in this situation? Yeah, and that phone call that was totally made to, you know, support this theory. She's so afraid, so as a result, she doesn't think and she doesn't contemplate. Did you ever find that doll?
物陰からベッドの下まで探したさ。
I looked everywhere.
それこそ中に入り込んでまで。
Even under the
で
bed.
も見つからなかった。
Yeah, makes sense, yeah. But I didn't find it.
一体あの部屋で何があったと考えてる？
Just what did you think happened in that room?
ベアトリーチェ様のたたりなんて思いはしねえぜ。
God, think that and you have totally lost your ability to think for yourself. I don't think it was actually Beatrice Sama's
あ
curse.
るいは使用人の誰かのいたずらだったかもしれね
Nah. It might have been done, a prank done by the
い
servants.
たずら？
A prank!
え。マリアの声はあらかじめカセットテープにでも撮ってあって。
Maybe they recorded Maria Sama's... Oh no, Maria's voice
そ
beforehand.
れを午前2時ちょうどに電話して再生ボタンを押した。
They then called... It's really inconvenient that she doesn't have any clock. Yeah, they then called it exactly 2 and pushed the play
そし
button.
てほどほどのところで配電盤か何かで停電させた。
Yeah, they could have cut the power at the switchboard or something.
それからあらかじめ貴賓室のどこかに隠れてた誰かが気持ち悪く笑いながら人形を持って出て行った。
Yeah, then someone who'd been hiding in the VIP room would make a creepy laugh, take the doll and leave. Exactly
そう
though,
考
yeah.
えりゃ辻褄は合うぜ。
Yeah, if that's how it happened, everything fits.
釈然とはしてないようだな。
Nah, it doesn't sound like you're really convinced.
そりゃそうだろう。
No
だ
kidding.
ってこれが私を脅かすためのいたず
Seriously
らだ
though,
とし
yeah.
たら
I don't agree that it was a prank. Yeah. No kidding. After all, if that was a prank just to scare me, the scare was way too large. Yeah. Yeah, they made Mardigas sing beforehand and recorded it. Then someone called the VIP room and replayed that recording. Yeah, then someone waited until exactly the right time and, yeah, tripped the breaker for the VIP room. Exactly though, yeah. Yeah, and that makes sense. Somebody could easily do that. Yeah, to turn off the power to the VIP room, you'd have to go to the basement. But that's interesting though. How did they time that? Wait, no. I've got an indication. Maybe what they could have done is, I don't know. Maybe, ooh, this is a good idea. So maybe what could have happened is the person here, they could have played the audio recording of Maria singing, and then the end of that recording could have actually, the end of Maria's, maybe there's some sort of recording, and then there's some sort of audio cue that could indicate when the power is actually going to be turned off, that the other person could hear. I don't know, it kind of depends on how loud the phone is. To turn off the power to the VIP room, you'd have to go to the basement. There's a switch booth with the switchboard booth with down at the boiler room. There's no phone line down there, so you need a different person to play back Maria's tape. Right, yeah. And you'd need another person to hide in the VIP room and cackle before leaving. Yeah, and just how long would this? And I think you'd also need someone to turn off the light switch as well, and turn it back on. And just how long would this last person have to hide in the VIP room beforehand? Yeah. Yeah, how long would they have to hide in the pitch black VIP room under the bed, for example? Yeah. Yeah, I think people were on close lookout. Then again though, this is the thing. I mean, obviously I think what they did here is they specifically tried to make it so that the culprit wasn't seen, so that Jessica could be scared, and as a result she wouldn't ever go back in there. No, I see that, yeah.
魔女のたたりなんてあるわけ
No, there's no way it could be witch's curse. But still.
人間のいたずらだと考えて
But to me, it's even
それ
creepier
だけ
to
の人
imagine.
間が緻密に示し合わせて私を驚かせるためだけに何時間も
Oh, yeah.
暗闇で
Yeah,
待ち構
definitely,
えて
yeah.
たって考える方が
Yeah, to imagine that many people planning everything down to the slightest detail.
私はよっぽど薄気味悪いぜ
Exactly, though. And it just indicates that, firstly, you must never go in that room. And secondly, it's just really interesting to think that, there is something so concealed in here that, you know, they have to make it so that nobody finds out whatsoever. They have to scare the vulnerable people into not being able to go here again. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, a curse would be better. Yeah, did you ask the servants about that later on? Yeah, that's understandable actually. Yeah, they just, what's the point? They just play dumb, of course. And there had to be at least 3 of them. I agree, yeah. Oh, isn't that interesting? Not canon though. Yeah, on that day, Genji-san, Goda-san, Kumasawa-san, and Shannon stayed the night. Yes, the 3 of those 4 helped out with that creepy prank. And then we've got to think about the other person who, I don't think that was any of the servants mentioned. I think it was actually whoever Beatrice is being. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. That's why I couldn't ask about it. Fair. Very fair. True, it would have been a strange experience for her, but it wasn't something completely impossible for humans to do. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Even so, it really must have been more unnerving to imagine a large number of people planning so carefully just to sketch. Exactly, though, yeah. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, it's no surprise that Jessica found this scarier than Beatrice's curse. Yeah, do you still believe that the servants tricked you? No. Oh, that is understandable. Yeah, I do see that. Then again, how does that explain the phone call? How does that explain the power surges? How does that explain the laughing that you heard? It doesn't. No, I was probably scared and mistook what I saw and heard. Oh yeah, the doll as well. Can't forget about that. You literally searched everywhere. No, I'm sorry, but just no. No, I was probably scared and mistook what I saw and heard. The doll probably just fell somewhere and just had trouble finding it. Are you trying to say you imagined the whole thing? Yeah. Other than the doll disappearing, there was no other proof that anything had changed. Yeah, fair. That is really weird. Later on, I talked to Maria, and she said she didn't know anything about that song or the phone call. Well, I mean, she was lying about the song, obviously. Yeah, I don't know if she was lying or not, of course. Anyway, what happened last night? Oh, that night even. It's just something I thought happened. No, I don't agree. There is no proof, to be fair. I see that. And there's no proof of any kind. Yeah. That's ironic. Yeah, fair enough, actually, yeah. Even if you claim to have met Beatrice directly, you would have been just as unable to prove it. I don't disagree, yeah. The shock lasted for a while, but as time passed... Nah. I don't disagree whatsoever. Yeah, the shock lasted for a while, but as time passed, I began to think that lightning or something must have shut off the power for a second. No. She's just trying to assign anything to divert, divert herself from the shocking truth. Yeah, and the laugh. How do you mistake a bird for a laugh? Maybe some strange bird. Yeah, what? Anyway, I might have misheard something to get that sound.
本当は信じられないくらい臆病だった。
Yeah, we all get it. Yeah. Definitely happens with everyone. I act tough, but you wouldn't believe how much of a coward I actually am.
あんなことがあったように誤解してしまったんだ。
Yeah, that is an interesting theory. I wonder what Willard's going to think about it. Because I think Willard, you know, he objectively thinks that, you know, there are too many inconsistencies in Jessica's theory. And I don't agree with what Jessica's saying at all. That's why I let my imagination get a hold of me. Yeah, fair. No, it is terrifying. I don't blame her for wanting to forget about it. I tried to use that as an excuse to help me forget everything that happened that night. Yeah, exactly. And that is why the fear has played such a good part, because of the fact that she was so scared, she's refused to try and find the truth. And everything is enshrouded in darkness. Yeah, I suppose. People are actually pretty good at forgetting things if they try. Oh, I don't blame her. Yeah. After that night, I feel uncomfortable every time I heard the word Beatrice. I've tried hard not to let it show on my face. That's all. Can't tell you any more than that. Right, I've just got to BRB for a sec. Right, okay, I'm back. Oh no, it is not embarrassing. What I think is really, really interesting is, as a result of this, Willard has found so many new things to be able to be suspicious about the servants regarding, you know, this. And it is interesting to think about what's happened with Shannon, her refusal to let Kanon be, you know, refusal to arrange Shannon and Kanon being there to, you know, talk to Willard. It's kind of embarrassing, so don't tell anyone, please. Yeah. Yeah. Don't tell that to KFC. Jesus Christ. I don't want them knowing I'm a chicken. Sure thing. I have one last question. About the VIP room? No. About the dining hall. The dining hall.
お前の会談の直前の親族会議の日、食堂には親族全員が揃ったな。
On the day of the family conference, just before your ghost story, all of the relatives were gathered in the dining hall, right? Yeah. Yeah. Except Butler hadn't come back to the family yet. Why is she mentioning that here, though? Why here, though? I don't really understand. Oh, yeah, maybe you're going to be able to pick up on this. Yeah, that is actually really quite odd because of the fact that in this game, Keenzo isn't dead. Why was he not deliberately here? That is weird. But why is she mentioning this? Like, has Bastila actually returned to the family, but he's not in Beatrice's funeral in this game board? I mean, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Yeah, and Angie wasn't in the room because of her stomachache.
それはお前の隣の席だな。
Her seat was next to yours,
そう
wasn't
だ
it?
ぜ。
Yep. Hmm.
それはお前の右の席だったか。
Was that the seat to your right?
そうだぜ。右の席だよ。
Yeah, the seat to my
そ
right.
れが何か？
Why does it matter?
ん？
It should have been the seat to her left. What?
あれ？
Wait.
おかしいな。どうして
Yeah.
右？
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, that's strange. Why to the...
十分だ。
That's enough. Now, isn't that actually really interesting to think about the whole stuff about, I think it was Udosa and... Wait, no, it was Udosa sitting next to Maria. Yeah, why should that happen? That's
無
enough.
理に考えるな。頭痛になら。
Isn't that interesting? Try not to think you'll just get a headache. I'll theorize in a sec.
どうしたんだ？
Let's see if we get any more information. Oh god, this is the worst person to, you know, show your worst side to, your cowardly side to. What's up,
何を
Jessica?
悩んでるんだい？
What's the confused look?
いや、その
Well,
右、
right,
左。
left.
おかしなジェシカ。
You're so
ど
weird.
うビル？
How's it going,
ジ
Will?
ョージ兄さんやジェシカに何か聞けまし
Oh,
た？
I feel they have. Yeah, have George Nissan and Jessica-san told you anything useful?
まずまずだ。
A bit.
ベアトリーチェの階段はなかなか面白い。
Oh, no, definitely. No, I agree. Yeah, because that could tell you so many things. It tells you about the motive, it tells you about how they are dirty players, how they, you know, provoke people with fear so much so that, you know, they stop thinking because of the fact that they are so scared.
階段？
A ghost story.
どんな話ですか？
Oh no, that's bad. Oh shit, he needs to actually keep secretive of this because Lion would not like to hear something like that. A ghost story, what kind of story?
午前2時の貴賓室にベアトリーチェの亡霊が
Oh right, yeah. Don't mention about Jessica's involvement. The one about Beatrice's ghost appearing in the VIP room at 2 in the
な
morning.
かなかおっかない話だったぞ。
It's pretty creepy. Being very evasive.
初耳です。
Oh, that is really interesting. I've never heard
誰
of
が
that.
言い出した話か知りませんけど、仮にも当主様の恩人を階段にしてしまうなんて失礼な話ですね。
I've never heard of that. I don't know who put that out. That's key. I've never heard of that. I don't know who put that out there, but that would be really rude. Making up ghost stories about the woman our head is indebted
模
to.
範解答だな。
Modern answer. Yeah, it's tricky.
何か？
What?
リオンは碑文はわかるか？
Do you know about the epitaph line?
碑文？何の
Epitaph?
話です？
What epitaph? What the fuck?
ベアトリーチェの肖像画のところにある。
Oh, right, yeah, the epitaph by Beatrice's portrait. If he specifies, will she recognize?
何のことかさっぱり。
What the fuck? My apologies, but I have no idea what you... What?
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown.
何ですか？
What on earth?
それは。
That's so weird. But I swear Jessica mentioned the epitaph before. If she did. That's really weird.
お前のいやこの世界には
So in your world? No, in this world.
肖像画はあるのに碑文はねえのか。
So in this world... So in your world, no, this world, the portrait exists, but not the epitaph. That's really
玄関ホール
surprising.
に掲げられてるベアトリーチェの大きな肖像画は私だってもちろん知っています。
Of course, I know about the large portrait of Beatrice hanging in the entrance hall,
しかし碑文の話はわかりません。
but I haven't heard of this
何
epitaph.
の話です？
Ah, that's interesting.
面白い違いだ。
That's a very interesting difference.
リオンはずっと六軒島で暮らしてきたな。
You've lived on North Genjima all your life,
無論
right?
です。
Of course.
それが何か？
What's your point?
子供の頃森には近づくなと脅されてたはずだ。
When you were a little kid, you were told not to go near the woods, threatened about it.
ええ。迷子になって危ないから決して近づくなと昔から。
Yeah, they always said to stay away, since it would be dangerous if we got lost.
森には魔女が出ると
Because a witch lives in the forest.
魔女
A
何
witch.
の話です？
黄金の魔女にして六軒島の夜の支配
The
者
Golden Witch, ruler of Rokenjima's night.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェはおじい様の恩人です。
Yeah, Beatrice is a woman to whom grandfather owes a great
そ
debt.
れを魔女だか妖怪だかのように扱うのは
That's actually really quite interesting that Lion has probably talked to Keenzel about the love that, you know, obviously he shares for Beatrice, so much so that, you know, there has never been any mention of the fact that Beatrice is an illusion, and that's indicative of the fact that Keenzel isn't actually involved in, you know, the illusion of the witch, and he just views Beatrice... No, that can't be right. That can't be right. No way. Beatrice is a woman to whom grandfather owes a great debt. Don't you think it's a bit weird to treat her like a witch or a
魔
ghost?
女のベアトリーチェ
No, but no, that is the weirdest thing. I just don't understand how you can how you can be so absurdly knowledgeable about everything regarding Keenzel, then not be knowledgeable about the witch Beatrice. Yeah, you don't know about the witch
黄金
Beatrice.
と共に潜水艦でやってきたベアトリーチェと隠し屋敷で育ったその娘の話は知っています。
This is just so weird, this story, seriously. I know about the Beatrice who came here in a submarine along with the gold, and about her daughter, who was raised in the hidden mansion.
さっき知ったではありませんか。
We just learned about those two together a short while ago, right?
それがいつ魔女になったんです？
Where does the witch come in?
なるほどそうきたか
I see, so that's it.
では森に入ると何が出ると脅された
Yeah, that is a good question, though. Yeah, I see, so that's it. Then how do they scare you to keep you from going into the woods?
森には狼が住んでるから近寄るなと。
Yeah, that's interesting. They said that wolves lived in the forest. Yeah, that is interesting. So, for the people that haven't disproven the fact that the wolves live in the forest, you say that the wolves live in there. Then you say the witches live in there, indicative of the fact that you want to hide something big.
魔女でなく
Wolves,
狼か
but not a witch.
なる
Yeah,
ほどな
I see.
面白い
That's interesting. No, I agree. Yeah.
私は面白くありません。
Oh, it's not to you, but at the same time, it is
何
definitely
の
to
話です？
this. But isn't it interesting to think that Beatrice isn't a thing that will provoke her fears? So as a result, she is not told about the fact that a story will be, you know, there is a witch in the forest. Yeah, not to me. What are you talking
魔女っ
about?
て何のことですか？
What is this witch?
こっちの話だ
Isn't that ironic? I'm just talking to
最
myself.
後にもう一つ聞きて
I have one more question.
どうぞ。
Please go ahead. I just genuinely can't believe that she doesn't know about the epitaph or the witch, Beatrice.
親族会
It's
議
so
の
weird.
ところでお前の右には
Oh, yeah,
誰が
good
座って
question.
る
Yeah, so Angie sits to the right of Jessica. Yeah, during the family conference, who sits to your right at the dining table?
私の向かいは妹のジェシカ。
Oh, right. So it's actually reversed in this world. My little sister Jessica sits across from me.
その次の序列はエヴァおばさんの息子になります。
Yeah, the next in rank is Aunt Eva's
だ
son.
からジョージ兄さんですけれど、それが何か？
Yeah. So George Nissan is the one on my right. What's your point?
なるほどな
I get it.
紛らわしく入り混じってやがる
It's all mashed together in a confusing
だが
mess.
面白い
But it is interesting.
私には全然さっぱりですが。
Yeah, well, I'm still in the dark here. Oh, yeah, you're gonna be in the dark for quite a while longer, I'd assume. Interesting.
「分かったんですか？ベアトリーチェを誰が殺したのか。
Obviously, I've got a...
ああ大体な
Damn. Isn't that interesting? My god, that was actually really quite cool. So we've got quite a few things to talk about at the end there. A few really, really weird things. So let me just get my video up here, because I've actually got everything regarding my video. So yeah, firstly, I really want to just talk about the fact that, you know, it's really quite interesting regarding the positions of the seats, because normally I would have thought, yeah, normally the people in lower status are to your left. This time it's reversed. So is it reversed because of the fact that the world's different, or is it reversed because of the fact that... Let's think about it like this. So if on the right you have kids and you have younger people, they're gonna, in general... no, I don't know. Maybe on the left, because of the fact that the people are older, they're going to be more immobile and less fit. So as a result of that, I don't know, if something happened, then they would be able to react less. Or maybe there's some sort of reason, maybe as a result of the old people being on the left as opposed to the right, there's been something that could potentially be going on in the kids' side that may not be able to be noticed by the old people. I just don't really understand that, and yeah, it's interesting. And let me just show you, oh, where was the... Oh no, it's not in this video. It's not in this part of the video. Hang on a sec. Right, okay, yeah, so... Isn't it interesting that that Kienzo wasn't actually there? Yeah. And I just find it so interesting to think about the whole fear-related things. Yeah, because obviously everything regarding Beatrice, it doesn't scare Lion because of the fact that she has a lot of logic and common sense to actually rule it out. So as a result of that, you know, that's not happening. And also what's really interesting to think about is the fact that the story was devised so that Jessica could actually go to the VIP room so that she could be taught a lesson that would make it so that she'd never come in there again. And that speaks wonders. It really, really does. And isn't it interesting to think that if the sides were switched so that there was some sort of door that would be able to be made less noticeable by, for example, I don't know, like the kids. Let's just say like Maria and Angie and... Well, no, you can't really use that logic because of the fact that Nanjo is there. And, you know, he's really quite old, so we would probably notice something like that. Then again, maybe he's old, so his, you know, reaction time will be a little less. But I'm just thinking there's something the servants can do. Maybe they can just subtly change over, or maybe they could subtly, you know, they could just do something subtle that would go against unnoticed. Yeah, it's really quite surprising to think that there's no epitaph whatsoever. So interesting, that. Lion views Beatrice as the lover Beatrice rather than the witch Beatrice. It's just so weird, that. Yeah, so I will try to theorise and try to make sense of this tomorrow. I just don't really... At the moment, I don't fully know on what this could be. Yeah, I really do wonder. Yeah, so I really hope you guys enjoyed this, and my god, I thought today was brilliant. Oh my god, I love the Umineko horror elements as well. I think that stuff regarding, you know, Jessica in the VIP room done brilliantly, and yeah, it was nice to learn a little bit more about Maria, and you know, just in general, the whole mystery and everything that is actually tied into, and you know, looking at Beatrice with such a new perspective, one that totally realises just how much of a fabrication it is. It's just so interesting to, you know, see all the manipulation, all of the tactics, everything in general that is just used to make it so that Maria is, you know, Maria has been won and, you know, is a member of, you know, the witch's side. And it's going to be so interesting to think about what Willard has actually found out and what he concludes, and also, you know, who he thinks the true killer is. Yeah, because honestly, I thought it was the 19th person X. Well, no, the 18th. No, the 17th person X. But at the same time, I don't think that could be the case now. I think it may be 17th person X and all of the servants in theory. I mean, or maybe the servants could still be the accomplices, and then maybe I can, you know, not abandon all of my theories that I had about the servants being accomplices. I don't know. Whatever happens, I'm sure we're going to find out very soon. So, yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed, and yeah, see you then.